Hello, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good morning, wherever you are and wherever you may be listening. I want to thank you for joining me today on the Brew Crew. Yes, it's necessary to, how do I say this? As I said, you have to be a subscriber for 1 minute or longer in order to send messages. However, that's all that's required. That's why I've made the Brew Crew a subscriber only stream just to make things a little easier. I want to deal with something that came up this morning because I did not want to have a morning brew. I did that for a few reasons, and uh, well, I just got agitated last night on the decided to go backstage, and it's like, fuck this, I've had it. Um, and no, I don't mean I've had it with the morning brew. However, that being said, I'm going to start going on. I don't know. I don't know. People say they like the show. That's fine. Um, I can't just go on and start rambling. I'm not Bird. Um, so yeah, you're not going to get hour-long shows if nobody shows up. So yeah, um, I'm going to start having a timer. I'm going to start talking, and when I'm done with what I'm saying, I'm going to start the timer. And if nobody's backstage by then, I'm just going to end the show. It's how I'm going to have to do it because I can't do a show by myself. Sorry, I'm not Bird. I'm not anti-Trekker or shitty Trekker, whatever the fuck he wants to call himself now. I need a co-host. I need somebody there physically who I can actually talk to. I don't know how many times I'm going to need to say this, to how many different people I need to say it to. And no, I'm not going to go on and just stammer around like an idiot. People said, well, why don't you look stuff up? Okay, fine. I've tried looking up places, and honestly, most of the stuff doesn't interest me. I don't give a shit. I couldn't give two shits about the MCU. Don't care. All these stupid shows that are on Disney don't have a goddamn thing to do with the MCU anyhow. They've already said this. They don't affect anything. So what are you paying for? To watch shows that mean nothing, that make no difference. It's entertainment, maybe. Maybe, if you like it. Um, you're not feeling up to what, Bird? Uh, um, I did I miss something or what? And good morning, Sherry. Whatever. Good morning, Sherry. By the way, I did want to say hello to Richie Poole, who stopped by and say he couldn't. That he wanted to have and have a good stream. Resolute Germ High, Bird Five, hi. Professor, hi. Sherry, good day. Mark Krell, good afternoon or good evening, wherever, whatever it is where you are. Oh, he's not up to streaming on Saturday, to Cinema Saturday. Then I'm glad that, wow. Well, I'm glad I set up to stream. I was just going to stream for a little bit. And I don't know. Like I said, I wonder if I should actually be on YouTube at all. Because most of the people, and hello, son of a red shirt, most of the people are competent enough to be able to do a stream on their own. I'm not. And hello, Crimson Mist. Liked listening to your show earlier. I'm throwing the link up out in the chat. I doubt anybody's going to want to come up. But that's fine. And I guess somebody does want to come up. Hello, Germ.
Help if I unmute. How you doing, Captain?
Doing okay. How are you?
Not too bad.
Speaking of which, I forgot to take my medicine.
Yeah, that definitely help. Yeah, I guess Bird canceled Cinema Saturday today. He was saying that he might do Call of Duty. I don't think that was definite.
Yeah, he said something about Call of Duty, but I thought that it was going to be in Places Cinema Saturday. From what he's saying, it doesn't sound like he's going to be doing anything.
That's okay. Bird deserves a day off. I do think.
And as far as rotating hosts, yes, I've thought of that.
That would be a good idea.
I don't expect anyone to do this along with me 7 days a week, or 6 days a week, whatever. That would be stupid. 1 day a week would be nice. You know, if that meant I had to have 6 people, that's fine. There are more than 6 people that watch this, so hell, I'd be happy if I had, whatever. But yeah, I'm not competent enough to do this all on my own without having somebody there to actually talk to.
No, I can be up here on Saturdays. Probably Sundays most of the time.
And I wanted to apologize for not being there during the cartoons. I just really wasn't feeling it today.
Oh, that's no problem.
And originally, I wasn't even going to stream at all. But I thought, when I got a message from you asking about that, I thought, no, I don't want to cancel it. I just want to update it. It needs to be changed because I can't. I had people saying that, having a timer was a bad idea and blah, 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 and how they would feel threatened. And it's like, I can't take the pressure. I, I don't, I can't do it on my own. So, yeah, if that, if that offends people, I'm sorry, but, you know, um, tough shit.
Bird is backstage.
I heard somebody's backstage. I didn't even want to check backstage. Mara's backstage, and so is Bird.
Hello, world. It's Birdo Pray 5. Kapla.
Kapla.
How you doing, Bird?
I got that overlay on. Get rid of it.
I mean, you can leave the overlay. It's no big deal. I don't care. As you can see, I'm playing Call of Duty. Regardless, I just didn't feel like getting a stream ready and doing all that work. I mean, if you're streaming, I don't mind talking. But and Super Blubber Puss, thank you. I felt better, but I felt worse. And Captain, I
Yes.
feel bad for you, but it's you are not giving yourself enough credit. You understand that? You say you can't do this stuff, but you've been doing it for months. I'm not going to get into another argument about it, but I just had to say it. I mean, every couple months you go through this, and I get it, but it's like this isn't, your first week, your first month, or even your first year on YouTube. It's like you can certainly do this. There are weeks that it's easier than other weeks. I know that. Everybody who does it knows that. It's not it's not always going to be easy, but it is doable.
And wonderful hello everyone from me as well.
Got that.
This nice new avatar from It's Lemons without asking him to do one. But everyone that I showed this avatar
that, but you're roboting bad.
Well, at least we know that we know Yitza created it. That's about all I heard.
Cool.
Yeah, Mar, you're roboting really badly.
You sound like you're talking German.
Also,
you're speaking in English. You sound like you're talking German. That's how bad the roboting is.
have no idea why.
At least.
Yes, Darth Haster, it's nice to see someone else has the same problem that you do. It's not just your internet connection.
My internet connection?
It's either
I
your
guess.
connection or your microphone.
Well, it's not his microphone this time.
Ah. How is it now?
It's a little bit better.
Yeah,
I
you
think
should
so.
talk a little longer.
Am I still roboting? Or am
No,
I better now?
that's a lot better.
That's
Yeah.
a lot better.
Okay. Anything else? Ah. Are you throwing updates? No?
And
Okay.
no random minutes.
Pozdravujem z budúcnosti, ako sa máte všetci?
Exactly.
Now he's robotic. Oh, germating. Has nothing to do with resolute germ.
I had to turn on the universal translator. Here I am. Greetings from the
I
future.
wanted
I
to
just said
thank
greetings from the...
everybody
Yeah,
who
go.
stopped in and looked at me sleep last night. I hope it was as not awkward for you as it was for me.
I wanted to say, Captain Trek, Bert is able to do an 8-hour stream where he didn't talk for 7.5 hours. So you can just let the stream run, eventually get a nap, and obviously there are views on this type of streams.
Indeed, in fact, there's a surprising number of.
I may just start doing that. I may just start sleep streaming and just screw myself sleeping at night.
Yeah, why not? Name
know,
it Captain Sleep or something like that. Captain Sleep Stream.
there is one thing, Bert, that I have to say. I don't know how or why, but I wouldn't have the confidence to basically stream myself sleeping like
Yeah, it
throughout
was
the
a
whole
bit
night.
weird.
Yeah, I couldn't do that because I masturbate way too much while I'm sleeping.
I made sure my hands were not visible to the camera, just in case. Because, I mean, you know, they kind of, no matter where you put them when you go to sleep, when you wake up, they tend to be someplace, you know, warm.
The thing is, I couldn't. I don't know how guys you can actually use those CPAP machines, because it is really like having a face hugger with a giant black.
It's weird. Once you get used to them, then you kind of can't realize how you ever slept without them.
I don't
'Cause
know. I
it
just
pushes
lay down and I
more.
sleep.
It pushes more oxygen to you.
I'm just fine with the 1 atmosphere of 21% of oxygen coming to my lungs. But obviously, if you have really like problems with breathing and that it causes really issues, I can understand that. But the problem is for me, for example, that I sleep definitely not on my back. I can when I lay down, I try to like stay on my back because it's one of the better positions for sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
But usually I wake up in all the position. Basically, not that I wake up. Finally I fall asleep in one of those positions where every chiropractor tells you that those are like the worst ones because those are the most comfortable. So, and that's usually either on my side or on my belly. So I can't imagine like falling asleep with basically a face hugger attached to me. So that's the whole problem. But yeah,
Well, if you've
if
ever woken up gasping for air, um, yeah, it doesn't take too long to get adjusted to this, where it's like,
mhm.
okay, yeah,
Yeah, I do that, but then I usually wake up with a pillow over my face and yeah.
Well, that's between you and your wife.
exactly.
Obviously joking. That's a joke. That's a joke. Nothing like that ever happened this month.
Sure. It
Um,
has.
no, it's really because I'm not sure. It looks extremely uncomfortable. By the way, did you shave, Bert?
Not yet.
No, no, not yet. Okay. So start with the legs and go up. Or you were just thinking really the beard?
Can always wax the legs, you know.
I was really just thinking the beard, but who knows?
Could also do the head.
Could do the head.
1/8 of an inch, right? If I remember correctly,
Yep.
which is something like 3 millimeters, 2 millimeters, 3 millimeters, something like that. I think three. I was actually looking forward to Jaws today,
Oh, I'm
and then
sorry.
and then you canceled it, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, I blame LDG for it.
Yeah, because he left Bert on the stream, and Bert told it on the stream, or why?
No, because LEG said that Bird already showed Jaws.
No, he didn't.
No, someone else did. And
I don't think he
but
showed.
I didn't. I didn't. I
You
double
didn't.
checked.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
exactly.
never.
But LEG said he thinks that Bird showed it already, and then both of them checked, and both said he didn't. But Bird then said he also could show Battle of Los Angeles,
Yeah,
and
Battle of Los Angeles.
or that, and then Bird was like, "Yeah, okay, I don't want to
Is
show
it
I
already
was
a
Jaws
just so
ten-year-old
anymore."
movie?
tired.
No, you
So I
said you
blame
want to play
LEG.
game.
Just go with it. I
Yeah,
blame
Battle at
LEG.
Los Angeles is in fact 10 years old. I was looking up 2011 movies, and that was one that came up.
Okay. I think I watched it like once. I'm not sure if I'm the biggest fan of that movie, but definitely Jaws is one of those movies that are really like basically it was the considered the first summer blockbuster
Yeah,
ever.
that's what. The only thing is that I'm sorry that I missed the summer. I really would have wanted to do it during the summer. And I was like, well, maybe if I did it now, it would be close enough to summer. But at
Like
this point, now I
no,
gonna
you should
have to
rather think
wait.
about the Halloween movie to show because Halloween is approaching, so summer is definitely gone.
Yeah, but I don't watch horror movies.
It doesn't have to.
Halloween, not
It doesn't
horror.
have to be. It doesn't have to be horror movie. I was thinking about, and that's just an idea. And if you say no, it's completely fine. Beetlejuice, is one that type of movies that
I
take you to the.
Well,
I
uh,
just hate Beetlejuice.
Oh, okay,
Not
okay.
because it's a horror movie, just because
horror
I hate the
movies.
movie.
Horror movies depends on whom you are watching with. Let's say you watch something with Yvette on the stream or on the panel. It could be Muppets Haunted Mansion, and it would be horror for her.
I dare you. I dare you.
Okay, since you hate Beetlejuice, uh, and is it generally like what's the name of the director?
Tim
Probably not
Burton.
Tim Burton. Probably not because he made also Batman movies. Yeah.
I like the Nightmare Before Christmas.
That one, yeah.
The first 5 or 10 years I
Yeah.
watched it, but when I tried to watch it recently, I couldn't.
Mm-hmm. You could show something like Adam's Family, for example.
Yeah. Or Tim Burton has
Yeah, I
some other
guess.
animated ones, like Corpse Bride.
Yeah.
Never heard of Corpse Bride.
It's a very similar animation style to Nightmare Before Christmas. Um, so definitely it doesn't necessarily have to be a horror movie for Halloween. You know, it's like really something like.
It always depends on whom you want to scare. For Bill, it would probably be sparkling vampires. If you want to shock me, then it would be Spice Girls, the movie.
Ew. Ew.
Hmm.
Shock or
Oh, don't
sicken?
don't get me
Actually,
wrong. Don't get me wrong. I really am scared of Spice Girls, the movie, but I would watch it if I would be invited.
I have a
And
fantastic idea, Bert,
oh,
what you can do
oh
for Halloween. Some
is
of the
Halloween on Saturday?
I'm not sure if it's on Saturday, but definitely there is one Saturday, if not on Halloween, something before or after, and you could do
Yeah.
something like the
Halloween's
Simpsons.
on Sunday.
Halloween's on
Sunday.
Sunday, so you could do some of the Simpsons specials they did for Halloween.
Hmm.
And hey, games, movies, and Castlevania are us. Not much
And
going
it's
on. What's up there?
and it's really only about throwing ideas at you, and if you find something appealing there.
Well, there is some Saturday I do want to show the Twilight Zone movie. So
Yep.
maybe do Twilight Zone movie on Saturday and then Twilight Zone
The series on
episodes on
Sunday.
Sunday.
Mhm.
Correct.
Yeah, that'd work.
That sounds like a plan. And
And hello, V Star.
greetings, everybody in the chat. Vile Mike, V-Star, Super Blubber Proofs, Games,
Hey,
Movies, and
Darius.
Castlevania. Guten Tag, Herr Baron.
And I just call him GMC. It's easier that way. Always got the same initials. It changes what the words are from month to month, but yeah. Let's see. Your crew is backstage. No, it's not showing this now. What's that? Okay. That's big. There it is.
Oh,
Hello.
yeah. Well,
And hello.
No, it's for sure though. I've been woken up recently.
Okay. What's going on?
What is stream about exactly?
It's just a hangout stream.
Okay. Um. I do live in a boring neighborhood, but I want to say, um, have any of you played Dungeons and Dragons recently?
Oh,
Not recently.
Not I.
Yeah, I heard there's a new 5e book coming out called Monsters of the Multiverse. More kinds monsters of multiverse. Big book with a whole bunch of monsters in it. New for fifth edition actually. The sixth edition not coming that soon. Cause people thought sixth edition was coming, but no.
No, it's probably been 20 or 25 years since I played anything like that.
Oh. And I never played Dungeons and Dragons at all, ever. I always wanted to. I've been wanting to for years now. So
I knew people who played it. I just never did.
mm.
And what's going on instead of a red shirt?
Yeah, as far as that down, I'm not even sure who plays Dungeons and Dragons around here. I
I
think
don't either.
Chris used to, or is just getting into it, or something like that.
Chris did, but at the moment they don't have a game master.
What do you mean you don't have a game master? Uh, the DM can do anything.
They have a
Ah.
group, but they don't have enough to actually play it. So he might know some stuff about it, but I don't think he's actively playing.
Don't have a game master. Most monsters in the monster manual are just species archetypes. And last time I checked, they have to keep the species going. They have to reproduce asexually.
Yeah, none of us here know pretty much anything about Dungeons and Dragons, so
No.
Alright. That's very strange. Because so persistent in pop culture with things like the Beholder and stuff and whatnot. And Mind Flayers and whatnot. Especially Beholder. I think Beholder is the most iconic monster from Dungeons and Dragons, despite the name being Dungeons and Dragons.
I'm more a Dark Eye player.
Dark what? Dark what?
Dark Eye.
Dark Eye. What's Dark Eye?
Dark Eye is a German version of D&D.
Like, oh, God. Yeah. But anyway, I said, yeah, y'all in the property you probably know what the beholder is. What beholder is, I mean, it's the most iconic aspects.
Without any, I mean, never having played the game, it's not iconic to me, so it doesn't mean
Okay,
anything.
Yeah. This picture a giant floating ball with a giant eye on it and a mouth, and it has 10 eye stalks. Mm. Right. So it has 11 eyes in total.
And son
Hmm.
of the red shirt, you are right. There are a lot of people playing D&D online, even watchable on YouTube. But the ones who did it
Mm.
best, if you ask me, was Jovenshire with their little. I think it was six episodes of Stuff of Legends,
Mm.
which I really enjoyed the fuck out of. It was funny. It was crazy. Amazing, amazing done.
Yeah, yeah. I wish I have friends to play D&D with, but yeah, but online, but it's very difficult.
Uh,
Let's see here. Yeah, some stuff. Uh, and Senator Red Shirt, you're more than welcome to come on. Okay, Brandon Menace, why is Top Secret one of your favorite movies?
Come again. Sorry, you were talking to me. You talking to me?
Yes.
What was the question? I didn't pay attention. Sorry. I'm actually playing here with the SciTube.
Ah,
So,
okay.
uh, uh, yeah. No, the Super Bowl was asked there
Very
if I
much.
if I watched ever Top Secret. Yeah, and Top Secret really like it's really one of those comedies that I can watch over and over and over, and it never gets old because there are so many inside jokes that basically, if you laugh one day at one joke, the next time you watch it, you will laugh on a ton of different other jokes. Yeah, so it's
And hey,
completely.
Brightest Day, what's going on? Unfortunately.
Super lover. So what do I think about the German accents? That would be actually a good question to Mar, but I'm not sure if Mar ever saw it in the English original because probably just like him, I saw it for the first 100 times only in German, so every accent there was German. But then when I watched it the first time in English, many times they speak German. It's bad accent and bad German in general. The German doesn't make much sense.
that's usual. We have watched the first episode of Stargate Origins, where you have Nazis coming into the facility where they have the Stargate,
Hmm.
and you have this German officer talking in German, and then talking in English to his subordinates. Where I am like, why would he talk English to German soldiers? That makes absolutely no fucking sense.
Yeah, that's right.
Especially as in World War II, most Germans, or the second language for most Germans, wasn't English, it was French.
It was French, yeah, exactly. No, you know what? That's extremely funny. But you know what? Stargate Origin is everything but something that could be considered a good cinematography, good movie, or whatever. It was just a pile of crap. I'm not sure if I could call it something else. It was. I can't say it was unwatchable. It was just barely watchable. And I watched it just because since saw every single episode of every Stargate show that was ever aired, so I told myself that I have to see that one as well. Bird has a kill. Oh no, it's not Bird. It's spectating. Okay, I thought Bird would kill somebody.
Makes
The
perfect
kill
sense.
or
And
last game.
Yeah.
It
and
wasn't as dramatic, but it
Mhm.
was a kill.
Because this was one elegant kill.
and son of a Richard, you are wrong. German Santa Claus doesn't beat naughty and lazy and disrespectful children. That's what we have
Knecht Ruprecht.
Knecht
Yeah,
Ruprecht for.
yeah.
Also, he doesn't do it on Christmas Eve, he does it on the 6th of December.
Yes, St. Nicholas Day, yeah, exactly.
We
And
have
yeah,
we have the Christ child that comes on Christmas Eve.
yeah. And the thing is, we don't have to wait till the 25th morning of 25th for our presents. We get them on 24th.
Exactly.
Ah,
Yeah, in the evening, you know. Yeah, it is interesting because all the holiday like traditions vary so much.
Growing up in our family, most of the gifts were exchanged Christmas Eve. There was like one left for Christmas morning.
Oh, because in other households, I understand it, they do it the opposite way, that you get
Yeah.
one present in the evening and the rest in the morning. The problem is if you get only one present, then that's.
Like I said, it was the only people I knew who did it that way were generally my family. But for us, Christmas Eve was the bigger holiday than Christmas Day. For most people, it was the other way around.
Yeah. What I find more interesting is the typical like meals that are served on like Christmas Eve and around basically all the seasonal holidays,
mm-hmm.
and how it differs. And how it differs even, like even here within Slovakia, you have like something that is pretty much typical, and then it changes. It changes like certain parts of the Christmas dinner change from region to region, and literally sometimes it's like 50 miles away, and you have different traditions and different celebrations. And nowadays, many families are adopting like as well their own. So there is something like the base, and but I see and especially let's say in the last decade, like many changes how people are switching up traditions or even abandoning them completely just to make something different, something special. But I'm too old to change something. It was interesting, even when we celebrated like the first time with my wife's family and my family in our place. Basically, we met for the first time for Christmas in 2010, and yeah, it was like, okay, what are you eating, what are you doing, like what is something typical, what is something less typical, what do we have in common, where are the differences. And literally is like the as I call it, the village where I live right now is literally 30 kilometers away from my birthplace. So and still you find like differences in the traditions, which is interesting. But I think it's the same everywhere, that people are have something like certain commonalities, but then there are like differences. I could imagine that the LD has, for example, for the Christmas Eve, something like sushi. I'm not sure because everybody's muted except myself.
I'm not
Yeah,
mad.
sorry, I've had a little coughing going on.
Hey, man.
no, no problem. Hey, LD.
What up?
Nothing, all good. And I was listening to your show. You answered. You reacted to some of my comments in the chat, so you know that I was in your stream, but I couldn't come
Yeah.
on because there is always something to do during the day, and only now in the evening. Yay! Just waiting till my neighbor pings me for a meetup, which he probably just did. And he told me, yeah, okay. And because he was a bird, just to understand, it's not only Professor who is said that you are not streaming. It's not only me that you're not streaming, but there is another Slovak guy who is very sad right now
Oh,
that you're not streaming. Jaws. Because I told him today before LD stream started, I was helping him with uh, tidying up the garage, and he asked me if you're streaming today. I was like, yeah. You mentioned that there will be a movie, and so
I'm
much
sorry.
disappointment. You know what? So much disappointment, at least
I've
across two
disappointed
continents.
the entire planet. Uh,
I know at least about two
You
continents
messed
and
up the
few time
balance.
zones.
Yes, Bert,
Balance
you
of the
have.
universe is now messed up because of you.
there's people in Slovakia disappointed, not just Joseph. People in other countries because I'm not doing Cinema Saturday.
Mhm.
Say hi to Mama because I hear that she's there in the background.
I know they got to see me sleep, but
Hey,
it's
Mom.
not the same. People are saying hello to you, Mama. Right?
Good to hear her voice.
You don't.
And what did Mom say to your stream, to your 8-hour stream? Because I know that she was watching it. I'm not sure if she watched like all of it.
No, I'm on. Well, Captain Trek is streaming. I'm a guest.
Mhm.
She heard me talking about Christmas. Yeah.
Oh,
Why,
okay.
you want to say something about Christmas? Yeah. No, you say it because I don't know what you're going to say.
Do we get a Mamo praise story?
You get a Mama Praise story, so make you feel
That
better.
that will make me feel a little bit better, definitely.
Okay. There
You
you
know,
go,
it's
Mama
like
Praise.
Somebody's talking.
Joseph.
Also, hello everyone. Is it
Hello,
okay if I
Mom.
interrupt?
you are more than
Welcome.
Thank you. As I was walking past a few minutes ago, I heard Bird talking about he said in our family the gifts were usually exchanged Christmas Eve. I guess that started I don't know when they were young or even before that. In my family growing up, it was always Christmas Day, but Dad O'Pre's family uh, seemed to get together more on Christmas Eve, and they would have a house full of maybe 30 people on Christmas Eve, and they exchanged gifts then. So we kind of kept that tradition. And when Bird and Sis O'Prey were born, the tradition moved to our house. And I would cook a ridiculous amount of food and have a ridiculous amount of people. It was my in-laws always served fish on Christmas Eve. Apparently, it was Italian tradition, but when it switched to my house, I would make some fish dishes, but I'd also make meat and other things because a lot of people really didn't like too much fish. Well, then my brother in law got married. Now, I guess Bird was around 10, about 10 years old. And my new sister in law wanted to do Christmas Eve at her house. And that was fine. I do want to mention, though, that she's Jewish. So she really did not have a Christmas Eve tradition. But she wanted to do Christmas Eve? Great. Well, we showed up there expecting kind of what we were used to. And in her mind, she heard fish for Christmas Eve. So she served bagels and lox and some other white fish salad. Definitely not an Italian tradition. We were, I mean, it was good bagels. What can I say? It just wasn't what we expected, and it wasn't really stuff that Sis O'Prey or Bird O'Prey ate. So I guess it was like 9:30 at night. After being there maybe an hour or so, we left. Um, we left Dad O'Prey there, and Sis O'Prey, Bird O'Prey, and myself went. Where did we go? Burger King,
Yeah.
and we went to Burger King. Um, what can I say? As time goes on, everything changes, and I guess that was like the first and only year we ever had Burger King for Christmas Eve. Haven't thought of that in a long time. And why it popped in my head now, I don't know. But anyway, uh, what
That's
can
a
I say?
funny story.
And
Can
now,
you hear us? Can you hear us, Mama Pray?
They're asking, can you hear them?
I can hear you a little bit.
A little bit, okay.
Yeah. Well, that's about it. I don't know what we'll do this year now that we have nephew O'Prey around. Last year he didn't really understand, but he understands this year, so I guess I'm going to have to really do something. I better start shopping now. Oh, I already did. All right, guys.
Yeah.
I'm going to go and start thinking about Halloween first.
Take care, Mama Pray, and thank you very much.
Oh, no. Thank you for listening. Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye
Bye
bye.
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 Oh, the funniest thing is that fish is in many European countries. Fish is one of the dishes that you serve on Christmas Eve, and it is one of those typical Christian traditions. Basically, there it started, and another reason is that basically between poor people, it was like the easiest meat, like the meat that you could get the easiest, especially in wintertime. So yeah, fish is very typical, typical meal. But the fun part is with I completely understand that Jewish people don't understand certain Christian traditions, because obviously Christmas is a Christian tradition. But from all my experiences that I ever had with like Jewish cuisine, and basically the meals that they prepare, it's extremely tasty and really, really good.
I mean,
And yeah,
except for I don't know. I'm not a cream cheese and lox kind of guy. I'll take
and
the
that's a
cream
fancy
cheese.
food actually.
Yeah, not so much for me.
Yeah,
I mean,
obviously, if you
so's
don't like,
foie gras, but it doesn't mean I like to eat it.
yeah. So I can imagine that she wanted to prepare everything uh, like beautiful, fancy, nice, and yeah. And then then you ended up in Burger King. That's funny. Uh, yeah, definitely. Since Charlie is there, you will have to have a Christmas tree if Charlie is going
We
to be over.
actually we've got an idea for a Christmas tree. That's not quite a Christmas tree.
Are you going to decorate the tree in front of your house?
Not not exactly.
Is it a
It's
secret that you want to keep for now?
no, it's not that it's a secret. It's how to explain it? Uh, the Christmas tree idea you had, Mom.
You mean idea?
Oh, she already ordered it.
No, I not only ordered.
It's here
It's
already.
here.
Okay. It's basically this big felt green tree that goes on the wall that you decorate.
This is Charlie's.
It's Charlie's tree. I
Yes.
thought that was supposed to be our tree.
No, our tree will go up on the counter like we did
Last
back in Blake you told me. See? It's a 3.5 foot felt
gotcha.
Christmas tree.
Okay, so it's just Charlie's tree.
Yeah.
I see.
Okay.
Never mind. I thought this was in place of our tree. It's
And
in
the
addition to,
stick on.
and the ornaments just stick on.
Mom will go to the Central Park, find the first tree, cut it out, drag it over, including the squirrels and everything. You know.
Wait, open the
Mama Praise already feeding our squirrels outside.
Do you have squirrels in your garden? Yeah.
Oh, ton of squirrels.
Really? You know what?
Yeah.
I don't have squirrels here. I would love to have
No
some, but I
squirrels in
don't have.
Slovakia. We'll mail you some.
No, we can get squirrels here, but there are none in the surrounding gardens or anywhere close to me. I don't know how the cats would treat them, if they would hunt it down or befriend it. That's always the big question. So yeah.
All right. FYI, Jedi Bill is about to start Predator. Anybody wants to watch Predator? Boom, 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 boom.
There is no Roy Scheider in Predator, so no,
Yeah,
thanks.
and no sharks.
I'm down for Predator. You kidding me? I love that movie.
Really, never cared
Yeah.
much for that movie, and even less for the Alien versus Predator movies.
Oh yeah, Alien vs Predator was a fucking joke, but the original Predator, definitely a great movie. They got Critical Drinker gave it a great score too. Get to the chopper.
I usually don't pay attention to reviewers. I like to make my own mind. But Predator is one of those movies they understand that they are classic, like a good old classic movie, which is completely fine. But somewhere near the bottom of the Arnold Schwarzenegger movies on my list. Where definitely on the top of my list of Arnold Schwarzenegger movies is True Lies, that we watched on Bird like 2 weeks ago. Last week, was it 2 weeks ago? I don't remember exactly. Something
Mhm.
like that. Yeah.
It was September 18th.
Really? No, on Jedi Bill's birthday, which was it September 18th?
And then like
Oh,
last week,
hell. Here I've been muted
I
this whole
think.
time.
25th,
Yeah.
maybe 25th.
You were muted this whole time, Cap.
I
Yeah,
was
but
wondering why Captain hadn't been saying anything.
muted
Yeah.
and I was
I
talking.
don't know. I
and-
thought it was away or something.
Nope. Nope.
Let me mute. I gotta mute Bill.
Go on over to Bill's
All right.
stream.
I'm already over at Bird Stream or Bill's stream. Anywho, I mainly came on to see what was going on because like you came into my backstage and there's a change of plan or something.
Well, let's see here. See, I came.
I mean, you
on
don't have to
because-
mention it. I'm not saying anything. I mean, it's up to you.
No. I just
You came into my shit, so
you started a thing. People wanting me to rant, and that's not what I was asking you about. So, I'll guess find a way to rant, but I don't know. I don't want to sound like a complete asshole because I kind of ranted last night backstage.
yeah, that was borderline not ranting.
But LD, understand, and to have a really good rant that actually works as well as a video and not only like pure bitching must come from it. It must come naturally. It's not something that you can do as a scripted scenario.
Which he's great at.
If it should really work, yeah. But yeah, and trust me, I love every single captain's rants, even when he puts it as a video, because I know how I think, at least I understand how the videos are made. There is something that Captain, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if there is something that you want to get off your chest, you just turn on StreamYard, you record a video and post it.
That's
like
it.
there you go, right?
There is no editing, no nothing. It's just record,
Your
upload,
rant.
done.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which we were telling you.
Yeah, but how do you trigger a rant? Like.
No, trust me, he triggered one just fine last night.
Well, I triggered a few rants last night. I probably left and didn't get to hear them, but I went to bed. Speaking of which, I may steal your idea, Bird. I can see how badly I sleep, and I don't wear a shirt to bed. Thank you very much. Nor do I wear a
so
hospital
so
gown.
so definitely put it as 18 plus stream.
Yes, I always have a blanket or sheet on, but yeah. And later, Darius, take care and always have coffee.
Yeah, coffee good.
So, how many times have you died so far, Bird?
Excuse me.
20, 30, 50.
Well, we're now on when you were going to be on originally, so. I didn't see LDT. Let me look.
Bert, can I ask you what service are you using for uploading the file so that you can do your streams, your video streams?
I'm using a VPS server from a company called.
It's like a paid service, if I understand it correctly, right?
Yeah, it's yeah, I have a web server that I've got like 5 or 6 websites on.
Mm-hmm.
Is it something that I can use if I basically pay like an access there?
Yeah, I mean you can get a server there and use it. You'd also need a domain name. I
So
don't
it's
know
not
if they
like that.
give I'm not sure
Mhm.
if they give you a free domain name or not, but I have various domain names I have set up with it. I would recommend the one I use is more than you need. For you, I'd
Or just
recommend.
recommend something really where I can just upload a thing so that I can basically copy paste the media
Well, that's
URL
the
into.
thing. You need to set up. You need to set up a domain name because you need it. These days, you just need all web servers now have to have an SSL certificate in order to be able to download the files from it for them to play. But for you, I'd recommend something like HostGator or something.
And does it work like then? Yeah, with that.
Well, you would HostGator, you'd find their, basic unlimited plan or whatever. It should come with a free domain name. It doesn't matter what the domain name is, just, Joseph or whatever, and like literally anything. .com or net. And then that's it. Then you've got your web space at, whatever.net,
Mm-hmm.
and you upload to it, and then you go to SciTube and you sign up for an account.
That account I already have. That's not a problem.
Okay, so then when you go to add, you go to the Q tools and you go hit the plus icon to add in a link, and it asks you for the website address. You put in https:// whatever.net/ and you can have whatever address you set up, movies /xyz.mp4, and then that's it. And xyz.mp4 gets added, and it'll play when you hit play. You got to give yourself leader, so it makes you to have control over the room. So when you're in the room, you right click on your name in the left side of the screen, and it says give leader, and you give yourself leader. That lets you control the play and pause for everyone.
Yeah, the Cosme one is fairly simpler, and you don't
Yeah,
need
it's
an
fair,
SSL.
but you know what? From what I every single stream that I tried to watch over Cosme was basically either poor quality or it was um like buffering all the time.
Yeah, but but that you get that with the other one too.
Not nearly as much as with.
It's dependent. I got just as
And
many people complaining.
Matthew has instructions on how to turn a video file into the videos that I use.
On his
He
channel.
did a video on how to do that, because it's his software that I use to make those videos. It's a string of frames, a string of whatever they're called.
Oh, screenshots.
Screenshots, yeah.
I'm going to his
The
channel.
problem is, does he also show how to get that software? Because not everybody has it. It's not he made
FFM
it.
Vec
He
is free.
shows how to do it. He created it. I mean, it's not particularly the easiest thing in the world, but if you follow the instructions, you can do it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Number one, I'm not going to do it.
Right. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. It's not for entry level people. It's a command prompt based software. So you're going to be doing everything through DOS.
Right.
Or a DOS box, not through Windows with click and drag.
Oh, trust me, I used to write HTML, but I didn't do anything with DOS.
And well, it also requires you to install what's it called? Oh, I'm on a real roll today. Python.
I already have it.
Who said that?
Captain Trek.
You've got Python installed already?
Yeah,
And it's set up to work from any directory?
not any. No, why?
Because that's impressive. Most people would have no idea how to install Python.
Well, I had to do it because I was downloading stuff from TiVo.
You had to download stuff from TiVo?
Huh?
I
Sorry, I just found a video and was yelling in my
No, 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 no,
ears.
no, no, no. It was stuff that was on the local news about my great nephew, and I wanted that portion of it only. Everything else was deleted, but I wanted it on disc. I didn't want it on. We don't have videotape here, so the only way to do it was to download it, edit everything else out, then burn it onto disc, the one portion I wanted. And I didn't broadcast it. And of course,
And does everything have to be MP4 file, Bert?
Yes.
MP4 file, yeah. So if you have it as an MKV file, you got to convert it first.
Those are
Yeah.
horrible.
What?
MKV5 files. I cannot stand them. what up,
MKV file, it's not MK5.
MKV. That's what I thought. Yeah.
Okay.
Microphone.
Well, the good thing about MKV files is that they don't need to have a specific ending. That you can just stop writing them and they don't get corrupted. Whereas an MP4 file needs to have an ending on the file or it's corrupted and unplayable.
And Professor says I have extremely good luck with SciTube. Cosme not as good. I agree. Of course, I don't have a server, nor do I have the money for it, nor do I want one. So, yeah, I'm not going to be having a Cosme or a SciTube. Sorry. Anyway, if I were to have a
1 second, Tim.
have a way of showing movies, I wouldn't be broadcasting them on YouTube because I don't use XSplit or whatever the hell else you use. I'd rather shove a shiv.
Truth be told, when I broadcast them, I'm only using StreamYard.
So I'm going to keep doing it the way I do it because yeah. I have no way of doing it on any service, so yeah, screw it. And let's see here. How's the game going, Bird?
I really wish I could get a kill at the military base,
Hmm.
but I've gotten kills, but the military base one remains elusive. I got close, but every time I end up thinking I'm about to get a kill, I end up getting killed instead.
Ah. Well, at least I don't have to worry about keeping up with the chat, and like on your stream.
Is there not a lot of chat going on?
It's been 10 minutes.
I'm sorry, Cap. See, this is why I didn't really worry too much about getting a stream set up, because I noticed nobody seems to care too much about me playing the game. So, I mean, you feel free not to have me bigified. You might be better off if you just ignore me and talk about something else.
And Eric Sanders, hi, and he's driving, so that's a good reason not to be talking. I don't know what else. Conversation kind of died, so why not just watch that and.
Also, as I was saying in the beginning, and as I was roboting, I had to come online because Jitze made me this new avatar for me. And I asked on Facebook if people like this new avatar. And 2,000 people said I should use it. And 10 girls asked me where they should send their underwear.
Ooh.
So, Bert, what's your address?
Yeah. Are these hot women or?
I have no idea. Hey, it's the
So-
internet. They put up pictures. I don't know if it's really them.
I got gifted an anonymous Twitter follow or subscribe or whatever to this Twitter person I'd never heard of before. But it looked like it was a girl from the name. So I was like, oh, I'll check her out. I'm a woman, whatever. And next thing you know, I'm there and I'm like, I'm not so sure this lady was born a lady, if you know what I mean. Still, I mean, somebody went through the bother of getting me a paid membership, so I looked through like her last 2 or 3 recordings. They're like 5 or 6 hours each, so I mean, I skipped through various parts to see if there was anything I could find that would give me any reason to think I gave any care in the world about what it was about. And of course, I could find nothing. So I don't know if this was a legit somebody thought I would like her content or if this was just some type of way of getting scammers.
Call from a trial news car.
Hello? Hello?
Son of a bitch. And phone was my
Hello?
healthcare provider.
Yeah, you say hello. I said hello 3 times.
Hello? Hello? You might as well answer. I'm already dead. In the game, not in real life. Don't stop shipping me shit.
Welcome to the danger zone.
Hello? The sleep expert team. Please call us. Everyone. Three, 6, 33. Okay. Good Jesus Christ. I hope I got the number right. They
Hopefully.
don't even give you an option of repeating.
That's stupid.
Yeah, but I don't have the number anymore, I don't think. It was a long time ago. You probably want to send me more stuff, but
Well, this
yeah, I mean it could be another month before the new stuff comes. I'm gonna Jaloja. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Take your time. But yeah, that's usually how it works on those sites. You get a lot of friendship requests. Those you know you talk to, and those you don't know, well, you can think about if you want to add them as friends. If they have already friends that are on your friend list, you probably will add them. If not, you probably won't. But it doesn't actually mean that just because you add them, you will start talking to them.
No.
Or knowing who they are. And what Bert just said with this woman who probably wasn't a woman, there we go to this Dave Chappelle problem that we have at the moment. If it walks like a man, talks like a man, and looks like a man, but thinks it's a girl or a female, then we have a little problem. Because don't get me wrong. If someone walks, talks, and looks like a guy, but wants to be called a female and I don't know it, I will say, "Hey, dude, what's wrong?"
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't care what somebody wants to be called. That's up to them, you know. But if they look like a dude and act like a dude, expect to be treated as such. And same thing with women. If they look like a woman and act like a woman, then yeah, you're going to be treated like a woman.
Well, and then you have
Unless you're wearing a sign on yourself saying I am a whatever other gender it is, and people know what the hell that is. No.
and then you have girls like Maddie. You know, she acts like a dude, but totally is a girl. That's fine too. At least she knows how to talk with a
Let,
guy.
let me just be. I don't mind. It doesn't matter to me. You know, if you were born a man and you are one of those few people that think, you know, your brain or whatever, you identify more as a woman,
Mm-hmm.
that's great. I have no problem with you.
No,
We can
exactly.
be friends, we can whatever. I'm not going to say you're an abomination and must be destroyed. No,
No.
I don't care. It's just that in today's current political climate, um, most people with that lifestyle appear to have an agenda that they are very, very much
Whiny.
I would say, yeah, very much that they put first and foremost in front of everything they do, especially on Twitch. And so it just, you know, you come to somebody on Twitch with those characteristics, and maybe it's my fault for like feeling that way, but it's like, you got to prove to me that um, you're not going to be an asshole or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Because I'm too used to seeing it.
super. As I just said, Maddie, she is a woman. She looks fabulous. And she mostly acts like a man, which also means that I can pretty much talk to her about everything without holding back. And that's what I like about her. So she is a very good friend because you can talk to her about everything and you don't need to hold back. If you have it the other way around, a man that acts like a woman, that's different because that's what most of us would love about because, well, not because of the feminine side at all, but because they tend to get a little bit bitchy.
I don't care who people are. Honestly, you be yourself. We'll have no problem. You expect me to follow your agenda? We're gonna have a problem.
And I enjoy people that I can talk normally to without uh, putting on the gloves so I do not accidentally um, insult them, even if I do not even try to. Uh, which happens more and more these days. You say something and someone gets upset about it because, I don't know, religion or gender or uh, color or hairstyle or whatever. What the heck?
Oh, and this was one that happened to me before. I offended them. Okay, I'm sorry. How did I offend you? Well, you should know. Really? So now I'm psychic. Glad to know I have these psychic powers. Sorry, if I'm not intentionally trying to offend someone, which is rare, but there are a few times I am. Usually on Twitter, by the way. It's usually Discovery fans. Who consider that shit Star Trek. I have fun. I'm just laughing my ass off. They'll get mad. I'm just laughing at it. It's like, you're that stupid. Okay.
All I can say about it at the moment is one of my best friends is gay. He was in Afghanistan. He was in Iraq with the Marines, as he is a Marine. And if I would tell him something that this, how did Dave Chappelle say it? This new trends or gay people are offended about, he probably would talk about it with me. And if we meet and he is still upset, he would kick my fucking ass for it. And I probably would deserve it when it happens.
Well, what is I haven't heard. So what is it that he said that was so fucking controversial?
I have no idea. I haven't watched it yet.
What? The Dave Chappelle thing?
Yeah.
I don't find it controversial at all. But
I've heard.
It's mostly, I mean, I don't want to spoil it for you.
Spoil it.
Well, you say that, but there might be other people here who don't want it spoiled.
Okay. Spoiler warning. Bird of Prey is going to.
Spoiler warning. If you want to not be spoiled, click away for 2 minutes. So throughout the entire special, Dave Chappelle is going off about trans people. And how he never had a problem with trans people, but trans people had a problem with him. And he goes through his earlier specials and jokes he's done, and he starts talking about a trans comedian he met in San Francisco many years ago, how they became friends, how she would be the first person to laugh at his trans jokes, and how she was one of the few real actually he said that she wasn't particularly that funny at first. Like, she really bombed the first time he let her on stage. She completely bombed, but it wasn't until later did he realize just how funny she actually was. Anyway, so the whole special, he's talking about how trans people have a problem with him. He never had a problem with trans people. And that if they just re-listen to his specials, he's never complaining about trans people. What he's complaining about are white people. So at the very end, though, we found out that this friend he had ended up killing herself because of harassment she got, not from him, but from other trans people for not attacking Dave Chappelle. And so at the end of this whole special, he basically, like almost has this trump card, like, you killed her, not me.
Mm-hmm.
And and her family very much supported Dave and him telling her story and all this stuff. So it's not like he was trying to be not like he was using her without her permission. Her family gave the permission to tell the story. Anyway, at the end of this whole thing, he's basically, the thing is, so you see, it was never trans people I was making fun of, it was white people. And basically, he has it that the trans people is just a way for white people to complain about black people and win an argument. Like, now you call me trans, N-word. I know I didn't get it particularly. And it's why I thought this particular special was actually the worst of his specials. So I'm surprised to see so many, particularly white people, so gung ho on it. I mean, yeah, he does make fun of how trans people operate by making up words and shit. He's like, oh, trans people, they make up words to win arguments and stuff, and they do. But I don't know. He kind of backtracks because he doesn't want to. Like, he doesn't want to be on the wrong side of history. He's kind of saying, oh, he was always for trans people. He just was against white people. That was my take from it.
Oh,
And you know how much backlash he got out of it, out of the show?
Doesn't matter. He got his millions, so who cares? And that's another thing he said, is that, and that is true. He's like, of all the people who's ever complained about this or that, remember, he was the one who walked away of $50 million on the table.
True.
Because he didn't like what was happening. So, like, it gives them some type of moral superiority, because I mean, when he says he walked out, he went nuts and couldn't handle pressure. It's not that he had some crisis of conscience. If he did, that's a bit of revisionist history.
Right.
I mean, yeah, the guy was making pennies, got a contract with Comedy Central, and within a few months was making tens and tens of millions of dollars, and with a contract to make another 50 million. The man, his whole life, had maybe only seen $100,000 up to that point. Yeah. He had no idea what was happening, and he had to take time. But that wasn't because of superior morality. He did make one funny joke about COVID, but that was
Okay, what was it?
he said that the time he got COVID, he's watching all these very sad videos about black people beating up Asian people in the streets. Black men, beating up innocent Asian people in the streets. And then he said he thought about it, it made him very sad. He said until he thought, and he said, well, that's really what's going on in my body right now. Because his body was attacking an Asian virus. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Anyway,
funny.
I thought it was funny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of figured. Yeah, it's only backlash if you actually feel it, which he didn't. All he got was free advertising from that. So I don't think there was any backlash at all.
Yeah.
He was soaking that up.
Free? Yeah. He not only got paid to do advertising.
Honestly, he got more popular because of it.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for the so-called backlash, which there wasn't any, I wouldn't even have known he had come out with a new Netflix special, because of all the shit Netflix advertises, they didn't advertise this to me at all. In fact, I had to go and search to fucking find it. It wasn't even under the featured shit. Just was a day or two after it came out. I only knew about it because I read about it online. I had to type out the entire thing, The Closer, before it even came up listed in Netflix.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know if Netflix basically was obligated to put it up and they got afraid, so they didn't promote it or something like that. Because usually I get everything like promoted, like this is new, then these are the new releases, but I literally had to find it.
Yeah, no, the last Chappelle special
That was
found out was
immediately
Netflix advertised it to me.
And Josh Street says, Burner Prey 5, where is Sleepo Prey? Sleeps through the movies. Sleeps through a movie stream.
Yeah, well, that's part of the reason we're not doing Cinema Saturday today. Got enough sleeping on camera.
Never know. I may actually get more people watching me sleep.
I should look up what were the analytics for that stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, actually, I'm going to eat first, so I'm going to mute for a little bit.
Absolutely.
Oh, good news. Looks like Rock Solid closed his house. Says he's moving tomorrow.
Cool.
Now, I haven't checked yet if we have it here in Germany. on
Good
Netflix.
question.
$48 views, 14.6 watch hours. Not a ton of watch hours.
Not bad.
323 impressions.
I would kill for those type of watch hours.
Average view duration was 18 minutes.
I watched about an hour or so. Took you a
I
while
gotta
to get to
say,
sleep.
the entire time there was at least 4 viewers.
Took
At
you a
no
while to get to
point,
sleep. Is that normal?
at no point last night after the first couple minutes was there less than 4 viewers.
Oh yeah,
And
you
we
had,
hit highs of 11 throughout the night.
I think I'm pretty sure me and Yvette and I were two of them, because I just had you on the whole time. I was sleeping with Bird. Oh god, that's sucking shit. But anyway,
Clip it.
pretty sure Yvette was watching and keeping an eye on you. She was saying something.
In other words,
Wouldn't be
that was
surprised if Cap was one of them. Woo! Anywho, if you're not doing cinema and you're just chilling here, that's fine. I do got to take a nap. Got a couple people in the backstage here.
Go for it.
I'm gonna rock and roll. Figure out what I'm gonna do for tonight's episode of Nerdgasm.
Hi,
Sleep.
I
don't know,
was
we'll see.
I was in LDG's backstage, but apparently I accidentally clicked out of it. Anyway,
Oh, is that what you did? God damn it! Well,
No, I'm not
Mr.
back
Lundell's
here right
chilling.
now.
We can, I don't know. I'll see if he wants to come over here.
I'll switch over in a bit, but yeah.
Yeah, do you think? I don't care.
Heard your stream last night. Was that like a members only thing? Because I didn't see it.
It was on the Birdo Prey 5X channel. Now it's public.
Oh, god damn it. I don't think I have that. No, fuck.
See, that's why people need to add the Burrow Prey 5X channel. And you need to start making more content over there, Bird. More regular.
Well, who knows? Maybe we get more Sleeper Prey streams now. If 48 people likes to watch Bird sleep.
Yeah, Bird, you got something going on there. You two, Cap. You guys should like dress up in a hot, sexy bikini and do some sleep streams. I'm sure you get a whole bunch of people.
Or just do an empty chair stream. That might work.
Hey, you know, there's this one chick that does silent streams, and she's got like 10,000 people. And all she does is fucking avatar.
Being naked.
Silent stream. Hey, Mr. Lundell, if you want, I'm putting a link for Captain's stream. If you want to pop over, they got a few people that have been hanging out over there. Here's the link.
So let's see here. What's going on? Hey, Darth Hester, since you're having less internet problems, why don't you come on? Uh, and Berto Prey 5 could have used an extra channel. Call it Sleepo Prey 5 on this Sleepo Prey 5 channel.
That one I didn't find.
What?
Sleep Opera 5.
No, so you just need to. He just needs to set it up.
He said yesterday he set it up.
And okay, I think I will drop out now.
All right, Marv. You take care.
Yeah, you
Take care,
too.
Marv.
I'll talk to you later.
Absolutely.
Toodaloo.
Toodaloo.
Later, Mark.
Darth Hester says, I don't trust my internet. Just got disconnected from BattleNet. Well, because you're trying to do too much.
Excuse me. Oh.
I wonder if Bird has the same issue I have once in a while, where he takes off his mask in his sleep. I've done that a couple times.
You have a mask as well?
Yeah, I do. I had to have mine reset. I had to call the hospital and acquire the settings so I could reset it up the way it was originally set up for me.
Is there something wrong with the air in the United States that all of you basically are using?
No, it actually a lot of it has to do with weight.
We're fat and have breathing issues.
Yeah. Actually, I think I've had breathing issues for a long time, even before I got really heavy. On a good note, since I had the CPAP, I haven't swollen my uvula very much. The forced air keeps my pathway clear. So snoring was an issue for me for a long time.
And have fun at work, super blubber posts.
He's asking a question. Back to work later, guys?
Oh, later? Oh, yes. I'm
No,
going
it's proper. The question mark, I assume, is one character too much.
to.
So definitely, may your work be easy and quickly over.
Well,
I see Bird is once again spectating.
And let's see here. We've got Mrs. Lundell,
Hello.
who probably
And
got
hello,
tired of
Mr.
sitting
Lundell.
backstage over there at LDG's.
Hmm.
And good afternoon, the Bosco scenario. What's going on? So I've decided I'm going to go ahead and sleep stream. Why not? What the hell? Maybe there'll be people watching it. I can say this, I won't be commenting in the chat.
Okay, just FYI, you have to be on camera for it to be a sleep stream.
Well, no shit, Sherlock.
I just want to make sure you're not soft selling it.
Mm.
No. On camera, you'll see my mask and all.
You know, a little dribble out the side of the mouth occasionally.
Mr. Lundell, are you
Yeah.
using a CPAP machine?
No, I'm not.
Yes. Finally, somebody.
So
Lundell, a healthy gentleman in our group. Healthy.
maybe.
It's like I always say, I'm not going to the doctors because I want to die healthy. Yeah.
Yeah. It's the only way
No,
I'm
because
going.
yeah. Oh, because Tim says that he's using one LDG Bird Captain Track, so that's why I asked you if
I don't even
You
know
just
what.
put me. I don't wear no freaking mask. I'm not Bane. Fuck that shit.
and
The
what.
fuck? You put
But
me in
you
that
said-
group. Listen. I
But
do
what?
not
But you said you're
identify as a
using a
mask
CPAP.
warrior. No, I don't. I've never said that. Ever.
I swore you did.
Yeah, I
I
thought you
can
said
sleep
you had a
without
CPAP.
help.
I
Okay,
thought you
thank you.
said
I
you
can
had a
sleep
mask too.
without help. I don't need a mask. Thank you very much.
Oh,
I know
so
how to breathe.
I thought
You were the one talking about that tongue in your
I have
mouth.
apnea. I said that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes, but I know how to control my apnea. I don't need motorized assistance.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's a matter of speculation.
I could swear you.
I am not
you
sleep.
said that.
I am not sleeping handicapped or whatever the hell you want to call it.
Sleeping handicapped.
Yeah, exactly.
You
Okay?
trying
I'm
to-
not
you-
Darth Vader. I don't need assisted
I will say,
breathing.
I will say
Not good.
I was a little surprised at the hose color choice that Bird had. I prefer using clear.
Swear to God, I thought I was watching Saw, watching Bird last night.
Why?
That contraption he had on. Where's Bird anyway? Bird left? Oh, there he is. Okay, never mind. That's right. You have him on fucking Super Mega
Oh,
5.
he was
Doing
spectating a
nothing.
guy, so he is not actively with us because he's not playing.
I'm eating dinner. I'll be done in a minute.
Oh, take
You
your
need a
time.
mask for that too?
So you have sleep apnea,
Listen here,
but you
Dick.
don't use a mask.
No,
Correct.
I do not have a CPAP machine because I found out how to control it.
Oh Lord! Now we're gonna have false medical information flag.
A
I
lemon
told
a
you what
night.
I did.
I
I
would-
said
I
you
would
have the
like
same
to-
problem.
I would like you to go to your doctor and go for a sleep study and see how much they think you control your sleep apnea.
I'm telling you, I used to have apnea bad, where I woke up with a dead tongue. Okay, so I had it bad, and then I did this thing called research, and then I did this thing called learning, and looked up
Uh-huh.
what the causes of it is, and then figured out. Then I did some testing. I would lay down and I would do different things, and I was able to freaking recreate my apnea a lot while I'm awake. And then I realized, oh, when this happens, I suffocate. When this happens, I suffocate. So let me stop doing those things. And then all of a sudden, I have nice sleep. Now, every now and then, I'll turn over and it kind of messes up. But a mask is not going to stop that. Even with your mask, you're still suffocating. So it's not like the mask actually fixes it.
So these are
Oh,
Did you
people.
actively?
So you just don't die in your sleep, from what I understood. Yeah.
No. He still suffocates, just not as much. Like it fixes some of it, but if you don't attack the underlying cause, then
generates
that
a
mask
force
is just going to be a
compression.
freaking crutch.
It generates a force compression in your pathway, so
Yes.
so your muscles don't actually cover the space that you're trying to breathe in. So technically, it works. It did wonders for me because I was having I couldn't find a position to sleep in without.
Oh, okay. So if you could sleep on your side, it wouldn't do that.
Possibly,
Right?
yeah. There was.
Okay.
And one
I
question.
I used to
One
sleep on my
question that
stomach.
I have: how does it work? Is it like connected to something like an oxygen tank, or is it just taking the air
No,
from
it's
like
just
surrounding air
it's a
and?
vacuum.
No, it's an air
like
pump.
it's a
It's a
pump.
fan.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a compressed fan.
It's a compressed, enclosed compressed suction shit that
It just
forces you to breathe.
okay. It keeps just enough air to keep the pathways open.
Yeah.
There are different
Okay.
kinds of machines. There are ones that have what do I call it? Moisture and not.
Yep.
So
I have the one that doubles as a dehumidifier, but it also can function as a BiPAP, and it's got a couple other settings. So I had to make sure I didn't use the wrong setting. When I was probably the best and worst thing I ever learned from Bird is the expanded settings on the damn thing. And I fucked up my own system. That's why I had to call the hospital and find out what my original settings were set at, so I could get the thing back to the way it was.
I am grateful that the Bird knew because I'm going. This thing's gonna kill me because the way it was set up.
Yeah, if you don't even use it right, it could kill you. You get the new ones now. They got the extra. You pay a little extra, and it doubles as a coffee machine. Yeah, those are fun. But no. Now, if I need one, then I'll get one. But I've got my shit under control.
You need to have a sleep study in order to find out if you need one. You won't get a sleep study, so it won't really matter. You'll just die in your sleep, and then
and you wake up
fine.
Or you
Ready
don't,
for my
or
next
you
life.
don't sleep at all, which is what my
Yeah.
problem was. I couldn't go to sleep at all. I'd lie in bed and stay awake. I had 180 episodes a night.
Oh, 180. That's massive.
Yeah, it was
Captain,
ridiculous.
my neighbor just sent me a picture with a glass of whiskey waiting for me.
go.
So honestly, I cannot leave it there for long because it will evaporate. So
You must go have
Little
the
what?
whiskey.
What'd you say?
yeah.
Little what?
Glass of
Neighbors.
whiskey is waiting for me at my neighbor's house. So
Is the neighbor
And
hot?
what will it do?
the neighbor
Evaporate.
is a bald, overweight guy.
Oh, I
It's
thought
not
you
what
said.
I'm asking.
I
What
thought
did
you
you
said
say the
sheep.
drink will do?
No, what?
It will
You said if
evaporate.
you don't get there, what will the drink happen?
Evaporate. It will evaporate.
Okay, all right. I was just trying to see how many syllables you put into that word. Okay.
4.
Kind of sounded like 4.5 there for a
LDG
second.
took his "I'm gonna be a dick" drug today.
You know what?
I'm doing this on purpose, guys. Just
LD,
laugh. God,
the
jeez.
day you will speak Slovak, 50% of my English, I will give it to you. Okay?
Slovak, huh?
Or
Okay,
20%.
what the hell did I walk into now?
Nothing.
Hey,
He's
calling
just
LDG a dick.
Oh, that all? Okay.
I was like,
the Florida man is making fun of me here.
Yes.
I'm like-
So
I'm like, so LDG took his "I'm gonna be a dick" drug today.
Viem
You
po
mean-
slovensky. Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
I speak Slovak. Thank you very much. Okay, that
mean
didn't
you
help
took an
much.
ex-
But with that, ďakujem veľmi pekne. Thank you very much, Captain. Take care, everybody. I will probably listen to the stream because we will be
Absolutely.
in a man cave, so I will turn the stream on over there. But we will just listen. Okay.
Cool.
Take care,
Môžem
gentlemen.
dýchať sám. Ďakujem.
Okay. Bye-bye, guys.
Neskôr.
Later.
It's exactly what I said. Neskôr. Later. Let's see how you say evaporate. Oh wow.
Odparovať.
Oh my god. How do you say that?
Odparovať.
Odparovat.
Odparovať.
Okay. Wow.
Thank
That's overcomplicated. The Brew Crew in the house.
And you wonder why it's more
The
syllables.
Brew Crew in the
And LDG mutes himself somehow.
But anywho,
One of his many mutes, apparently.
So Mr. Lundell's getting a new chair. You want to show that off? Mr. Lundell,
what?
you want to show off your new chair?
It's not here yet.
No shit, Sherlock. Do you want to show it off online to show people what you were purchasing?
Hang on, hang on.
I mean, anything's more important, more exciting than Mr. Note shooting over there.
We know you're not either, so big deal.
Okay, there it is.
Okay, let's see. Let me add. There it is.
Oh, that looks nice. Oh, and you got the one with the speakers, Mr. Game Chair, force feedback shit. You've been playing fucking. Oh my god! You better
I
not
hate
watch
you.
porn on that thing. It's gonna start rocking.
I know.
I hate you. Oh my god. I hate
What?
you. I want
What
that.
did I do that?
What I miss?
It's only $200. Come on.
LDG's getting a new chair again.
No.
No, it's mine.
What's the max weight on that?
It's like 240.
And how much do you weigh?
About 240.
I don't know if I could. I don't know if I'd trust that little tiny base.
It's like he'll be fine until
Christmas.
Mr. Londell grabs a drink and then his chair just snaps.
What if he leans backwards and it just flips? You know.
He sneezes and his fucking just falls.
Like, I've got a model that uses a base like that. I think it's my bird of prey model.
So it crashes a lot?
Got a model of bird.
Yeah, does that too.
Hey, click on the other images there. See this baby in action?
It looks like Mayweather's piloting chair from Enterprise.
Kind of does.
Yeah.
What's all that shit in the bottom though?
It's got-
Like
it's got
I get the
speakers.
speaker at the top, but what's that like in the? Is there another speaker? Or
You mean
the hell?
down here?
Ooh, a video. Yeah, right there. Is that another speaker? Looks like
Those
plugs.
those are you can plug. I guess that where you plug the computer in there, so you can use the speakers up here.
God,
Yeah.
I hope you don't wear like nylon or something. The way that chair is angled, it looks like a foot. Look like your ass will just slide right off.
The last time I saw a chair with speakers built into it, it was a Pontiac Fiero.
Wow.
It doesn't look too cushiony at all, though. I mean, I don't know. That literally looks like a lip.
Hey, Dave G.
Have fun
Sound.
putting that together, too, by the way.
I'm sure it'll be much easier than yours.
No, it's foldable. See?
Hello, boys.
How the hell does it fold?
Yeah. It folds forward. This part here. See? Look at. You see the?
Yeah.
It just folds forward, so it should be. It should. The way I'm thinking, it should come out of the box like that.
Oh, I'm
Right,
sure you got to put
What
the
are you
base on.
going to possibly use the folding option for? That looks like it hurts if you try to use the folding feature while you're sitting in
For
it.
It's
shipping.
where you're putting it in your van, you know.
Yeah. Or you want to move it, you know?
It you take it off its base, it doubles as a recliner for your caravan, your Chrysler Caravan.
What caravan?
Well, then you got a problem.
You got me mixed up with the fucking Hardy Boys.
Oh, you can fold it down. Looks like you can like bend somebody over it. That shit.
Oh, it looks like a minivan full of car seat like that.
He literally just opened his arm for the drone. That's funny. I don't care about the controllers.
What the hell is? I gotta. That.
That video was annoying.
Yeah.
Annoying, and could probably get issues. So yeah, no.
Yes.
Speaking of annoying, how are you, Rosetta?
Bite me.
You'd like that too much.
No, I really wouldn't. I'm fine. I mean, my arm still hurts, but other than that.
Hey, Eagle. Cap's looking. I don't know if you heard. He's looking for a co-host. I think you'd be perfect.
Why are you trying to punish both of us?
That would be a punishment.
Because like you guys would
Yes.
literally be the married couple in the morning.
Oh my God, no.
Love and marriage.
No.
Love and marriage goes together like a horse and carriage.
He's more like an annoying brother, anyways.
Well, there you go. That'd be great. Waking up to you two at each other's throats. I think that would be very entertaining.
That's because you're a sadistic asshole.
Oh, that
I
we
can
agree.
be, but it's kind of like a seasonal thing.
Plus, honestly, I don't have consistent mornings.
If the shoe fits, wear it.
There's too many things I do that affect my morning schedules. So even if we could tolerate each other that much, I don't have the time. Yay, me! I mean. I know I'm a terrible, terrible person.
Well,
Oops.
in no sense of lying. Yeah, you are. But we know it.
And yet everyone loves having me around because they like terrible people.
Well, yeah, that's true.
That went eerie quiet for a sec.
I was just trying to think what time I should go to sleep and start the stream.
I have no idea. And I'm going to try to hop on with Snowdub tonight. I know tomorrow night's Michael T, so I'll be up late the next few nights. So,
Have
Whatever
fun.
you do, I probably will miss anyways.
Yep. Absolutely.
And that's the way you like it, right?
Since I'm going to be not talking to anybody, I won't know who's there anyhow. The only time I will talk is when I wake up and have to go to the bathroom. I'll basically be. I almost need a sign saying "Be back, need bathroom" or something like that.
I have no idea.
In other words, you're clueless. Okay, cool.
On what to do with you, yes.
I didn't say on what topic.
Oh, you think you're being clever.
No, just honest.
Besides, I'm actually in a relatively good mood today.
Good. So, what's been going on?
Well, I mean, other than actually having a morning, I got to sleep in and cuddle with hubby and kitties, which is always more relaxing.
Mm-hmm.
My cats have fallen in love with my new heating blanket, so
Good for them. It's always nice to.
buy love.
Yes.
Hey, I may be twisted, but I admit some of the stuff. That which won't get me in too much trouble.
Not too much. Not too much. How are you feeling, Bird?
I've been better.
Sounds like you need to get some rest.
Yeah, sleep
It's
on top
this way.
stream again.
This is the last round. I'm about to either live or die. No, in the game, Mom. In the game.
Brilliant, Bird.
Kill your mother half to death, Bird. Good
Yeah.
job.
And
Try to
I
remember,
died.
Bird, we like her more than you.
Smooth move, actually.
Oh my god. Shoot me now. Just shoot me now.
You'd like it too much.
Depends on the type of shooting.
There's something I just heard that I've got to check out.
Huh?
And let me see if true.
Hail Kuroga.
Yeah. Star Trek Discovery Season 4 official trailer dropped 2 hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's what it's like to watch a total shit show.
I'm
This
going
what
to
did you
watch.
say Discovery?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
watching it now.
Lovely.
So
Oh,
I'm muting you
oh,
guys
lovely.
for 2 minutes.
Okay. Great.
If he wanted to do something good for his health and mental status, he would mute the stupid trailer. Sorry.
I'm just gonna wait and see what Bird thinks. I'm pretty sure it isn't gonna be a glowing report. I don't know exactly what it'll say, but
Excuse me.
And by the way, to what Hoster said earlier before I got here, I was laughing in chat reading that because they already tried to push that several times in several countries.
Push what? What I missed?
Telling people to mask up during sex.
No.
No, they really did.
I know. I'm not surprised at all.
Canada was the one behind that movement.
Oh yeah, Canada.
There needs to be a meme of that. There needs to be a meme.
There probably are.
Oh God.
It's getting to the point where we can't make jokes because the jokes are less freaky, weird, and comically stupid than reality.
Oh yeah. Yeah, unfortunately now the jokes sound more like fantasy than reality.
It's a clown world, baby. Like the images I swiped off of Facebook the other day and reshared over on Twitter, where Facebook is literally auto-flagging a sensitive graphic material, a picture of a daisy with a motivational quote. Because what the fuck, right?
Yeah.
Why? That makes no sense.
It doesn't make sense. I've found the post by many, many people, and every time this image is posted, they're flagging it as graphic content, and nobody on any post can figure out why.
Can you send a link? I'll let you know. Maybe.
Not very well from this laptop, but if
Somebody
you
might
scroll
have-
down my Twitter, it wasn't that long ago I shared that.
Somebody might have used
On
it
Twitter?
innocuously. It might be linked to some severe right winger, or maybe.
What's your tag?
Rose M Queen 1.
Oh my god.
I was literally laughing when I found that. And yeah, I got the screenshots I grabbed. I copied off of a friend, and I just cut her
How far
name
down
and
is it?
info off it.
Shit.
Well, I do talk a lot, but it was just the other night I shared it, so it shouldn't be that far back down.
I'm down to frickin'. I'm
What are you
down.
looking for?
You should have the picture of a what? A lot of ass and boobs on here.
I do a lot of artwork with the comic
Bull
community.
Rider. Can men get pregnant? Oh God. Oh.
Yeah, oh God,
Star Wars females.
don't read that
No
unless
one
you
said
want to
anything
really roll
about.
your eyes.
Okay. There we go. A bunch of your drawings. Oh, right here. Got it.
Wow.
LDG's
Yes.
got a thing against ass and boobs.
Apparently, season 4 is going to be like seasons 1, 2, and 3.
No shit. Crying, empowerment,
A massive
unusual promotions.
unknown phenomenon threatens the entire galaxy.
More crying.
Not just one system or one ship or one species. It's always the entire galaxy is at risk. And as always, the only person who can solve it is Michael Burnham and the crew
The
of
bestest female ever.
Discovery.
Remember, crying, more crying, congratulating each other,
The-
empowerment,
The
more crying.
only legit surprise is that guy from last season, the time guy who knew about the different timelines.
Is it Time Guy?
The guy
What?
who we think is Section 31 or something. He's played by a fairly
Or the
well-known
suit.
actor.
The guy in the
The
suit.
suit
Oh,
guy.
are you talking
Yeah,
about the guy with
guy
the
in the
glasses?
The guy
Yeah,
that was
he's
the kid in
back.
X-Files.
Yeah.
he at least for at least one scene.
Yeah,
He's back. I
Discovery's
thought he would
version
be
of the
gone.
cigarette smoking man. You
I
know,
thought he'd be done, but no, he's back. I don't think he'll be in it a lot, but yeah, it's a whole other. Once again, an anomaly threatens the entire galaxy. We do see future Ferengi, and of course, the Ferengi look 25% different.
Yeah, giant
Oh,
freaking
God.
robot said they screwed them up. So
Yeah, for whatever fucking reason, they had to make the Ferengi look different. You know who we don't see? Klingons.
Oh.
No, we
You're
don't
not going
see
to see
any
Klingons anymore. They're
Klingons.
done. We're moving on.
We see Romulans, we see Vulcans, we see Orions. I think we see a Cardassian human or a Cardassian Bajoran or I think she's somewhat Cardassian woman. But no Klingons. Once again, another season. Even though it worried the entire galaxy is at risk. No Klingons. And Saru is back. So Saru must have just taken a few days off. And he's back, and they all have new uniforms that are completely different from the uniforms they had at the end of season 3.
oh, so they got rid of the Confederate
They
uniforms.
got rid of the Confederate grays.
Really?
And they all have red, blue, and yellow uniforms that look more like TOS uniforms than they have.
Yeah.
I guess they were pushing that Fourth Reich look too hard. Decided to make it.
Yeah, I guess they decided that was. I like those uniforms personally.
Will they be Krogan uniforms in the future?
Listen, these uniforms don't look bad, but I just like you already had a big scene where you changed uniforms once. What the hell was the point? If anything, it just proves they never intended to do another season, or they never intended to end the season the way they did. Because if they had thought about it, they would have had the uniforms ready for the end of last season.
Or they just like to waste a lot of money.
Well, you usually end up wasting money when you don't have a clear plan in the beginning.
That's true. But then again, from Star Trek motion picture to Star Trek 2, that was a massive uniform change. But that was a couple years going. And honestly,
it was a massive time jump.
See, but that uniform change happened because the actors said there's no fucking way we're wearing these in another movie.
Also, but the time between the movies
more comfortable, actually,
was quite a few years past between the two movies.
Yeah.
Whereas in this, again, last season, was probably only a few weeks ago, maybe a year. It's certainly not another 10 years down the line.
I can't imagine how hot Shatner and McCoy and Nimoy were in those stuffy red, overcoats with the turtlenecks and
Well, they seem to be just fine with them.
Yeah.
Down on them.
For the next every movie since.
Yeah, they
brought them back even in TNG.
Yeah,
those uniforms were downright comfortable compared to what they had in TOS.
Yeah, the only bad uniforms I would really say for the original cast was the fucking motion picture ones, where they looked like really bad onesies.
Oh,
They, yeah, but
pajama
because
uniforms.
the cast raised hell about those uniforms. Just
Yeah.
going to the bathroom was
Really?
a nightmare for
To
these
their
folks.
credit, the cast said this is stupid.
Yeah, and that's why they were
Star
changed.
Trek nitpickers.
hey, Star Trek stickers. What's going on?
And the USS New York episode 2 of the season was out today.
Yes, definitely go over and watch that when you can.
I like the scene that they had in Star Trek Continues where McCoy looks at Kirk, Vic Mignogna Kirk, and he's like, "What the hell was the Admiral wearing?" He's like, "Get used to it. It's going to be coming down to the ships pretty soon." And McCoy just like rolls his eyes. It's like, fuck.
Hello, Darren.
Hello, Bird. Hello, Captain Trek.
Hello. What's going on, Darren?
So I stop in since you had an open link.
Hello.
Absolutely. And yes, I am going to be streaming later. Yay. I don't want to look back at it, though. I'll just sleep.
I can't believe you guys didn't like the motion picture uniforms.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah,
What
right.
now?
They were so 70s. I mean, everything. You look at the uniforms in Space 1999, pretty much the same idea, right? Pajamas, beige.
Yeah, but that belt thing in the middle just looked horrible.
Here's the newsflash: 70s fashion was hideous.
I don't like 70s science fiction aesthetically very much. I mean, it was always like that
If
bad.
I'm going to pick a retro science fiction look, I will take 50s and 60s over 70s any day.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, if you look at movies like Silent Running with Bruce Dern, for example, same shit. It was all bad hair, usually coveralls or some sort of onesie, as we mentioned earlier.
That said, the reformats they did do for the Enterprise in that movie and the shipborne stuff was great.
It reminds me of a car from the 70s. It has a lot of lines on it that remind me of my mom's Thunderbird for some reason.
That's not a bad thing. I actually do like a lot of classic 70s cars.
Right. And they softened it up a little bit into the 80s. I thought that was neat. But the uniforms, they came and they went.
Thank God for the went. It's not even the horrible fashion. They were badly sewn too. You could see the seams weren't even and other shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, anytime Roddenberry was in complete control, the uniforms sucked. I mean, look at the men wearing dresses in the pilot of TNG.
I like that. I thought that was awesome. Men wearing dresses. I don't know what the problem was. That was great.
What the problem was, men
was
wearing
excellent.
dresses. That was the problem.
What you're calling them dresses. I'm calling them loosely fit.
They weren't
loosely fit. They were actually quite tight, and they were
short.
They let your
but
they're open. I mean, that's good. So then you don't have to zip or anything.
Yeah.
They look like cheerleader outfits.
Yeah, on men. Women's cheerleader outfits on
girls'
men.
cheerleader outfits on.
And don't get me wrong, I don't completely oppose the open style like that for men. If you do it historically, you do it well like a kilt or a toga, but you have to do it well.
The audience of the mid to late 1980s didn't find that good at all, and that's why they went away.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the outfit that Troy wore, which is the outfit we're talking about, she only wore that in that pilot episode, and then nobody wore it after that, except for maybe one or two background people, if they couldn't find anything else for them to wear.
Yeah.
But I hated the dress uniforms too. It was like, oh, come on,
Yeah, that was a fucking ball gown.
Yeah, I mean, yikes.
In the
No.
long dress tunic thing that they had to wear.
Yeah. Yeah, even Worf said they look like
Wolf said
dresses.
that it was a
Yeah.
dress.
No. Some of the ones they came up with later, like the during the Dominion War, where they had the cool service uniform, and then they had that really nice tuxedo like dress uniform, like a dinner dress uniform.
Oh no, I will give
that was
DS9
neat.
that
Yeah.
credit
The whites were
all
cool,
the
yeah.
way for that. DS9 had some of the best uniforms. They actually had a lot of the old tux class in them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I will give DS9 that credit every
Wasn't
fucking
the
day.
dress whites first introduced in was it Insurrection or Nemesis?
Nemesis, I think. Yeah, it was Nemesis.
Was it Nemesis?
Yeah,
It was an insurrection because right in the beginning of Insurrection,
Insurrection.
Oh
they
yeah,
had
they
a
had that.
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
that's where Picard
They
had
had
that stupid thing on his head.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
Insurrection had
the fish
issues. I have a
people.
bit of a soft spot for it where
All
I
right.
absolutely fucking hate Nemesis completely.
Okay, great. Anyway, the white uniforms. When I first saw them, I'm like, oh, okay, that's the Navy dinner dress uniform, in the whites, and I just love that they had that harkening. It finally looked like a formal outfit, as opposed to just an even uglier version of their day-to-day uniform.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing I kind of liked were those jackets that they sometimes wore. Picard had a jacket later in TNG, but there was in Deep Space Nine. I think everybody got something like that. I don't know.
Did they?
Hard to remember. It's. I know that they could unzip the top.
Yeah.
I think you're thinking of the undervest of the gray uniforms.
I might be, yeah, but it looked like a jacket to me.
But
I mean,
Picard had what was called a bomber jacket.
Yeah. Picard's was different, obviously, but that and he had a whole different uniform underneath it. It almost looked like Wesley Crusher's outfit from the first couple of seasons underneath that jacket, because it was like a blue gray thing.
I want to find Scotty's. They also call that a bomber jacket as well. Scotty's jacket from Star Trek 3 and 4.
Yeah,
I thought that was pretty cool.
All that red and brown leather.
I think the Admiral, that Admiral Moreau had one of them on too.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Yeah. And then the best contribution that Captain Jellicoe ever made to the show, Ronnie Cox, was ordering Deanna Troi back into her uniform. And then she never went back into it. Well, I liked Jellicoe a lot. I found myself kind of wishing you weren't supposed to, but the thing was, when we watched that episode in the Navy, we were like, this guy is freaking awesome. I'd rather have him than I mean, none of us liked Riker either. It's like you're a slug, man. You're standing still. You're supposed to be moving up. If you're not moving up, you're not moving.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he wasn't right. I just didn't like him.
Yeah, I think a lot of it had to do with just how abruptly he took command, and Mitch did it.
Then it was Ronnie Cox.
No, that's because
well known for playing assholes.
That's because you never served in the military. Had you served in the military, Trick, you would like Jellicoe, because you know what he tells you what to expect. You already know what to expect, and you're doing it when he comes to see if you're doing it.
Yeah.
And that's how next thing you know, how the hell you doing, Specialist Jones? Pretty good, sir.
Yeah.
And then before you get a chance to salute, he's down. He's returned it before you get a chance to issue the salute. That's the type of guy you want to serve under.
What I liked about Jellicoe was he adapted very quickly to the crew. So, for the most part, for example, he would tell Data, I want to be at Minas Corva in 1 hour. And Data, of course, gives the precise warp speed needed to get in there in precisely one hour. I just kind of liked that. And then, of course, Worf didn't have a problem with him at all.
No.
He's kind of like, finally,
This isn't being run like a little shit show. It's military now. Fuck yeah.
Exactly. And I mean,
No,
he, and I mean, he.
the one thing I
Go
had
ahead.
a problem with was it's like, okay, he was telling Jordy do this, okay,
Right.
do this, and then, okay, I'm going to take away all your personnel to get it done. Why aren't you done?
No, that's not what happened. No, see,
Yes,
one of the
it
things.
is.
You see, no, hold on. Actually, okay, the more duty sections there are, the better. Jellicoe wanted the ship to be on a 4-watch rotation. I think a 5-watch rotation instead of a 4-watch rotation.
4. It was 4.
Three.
Four. It was 4 instead of 3. Okay. So that is way better
Yeah.
than everybody would have been happy with that.
Yeah.
And you know he orders Riker to set everybody up on a 4-watch rotation, and Riker just kind of doesn't do it.
Anything,
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, what the
Riker
fuck?
was an idiot in that.
Yeah, he was. You know, now you have to admit
kind
though.
of sedentary and lazy in a lot of episodes, actually.
Yeah, he was very comfortable in this position. But I love Jellicoe, that last thing where he's confronting the Cardassians when he's got mines all over that nebula. You know, you had to admit that he was pretty good at being the guy that held all the cards in that moment. You know, and then he casually at the very end, you know, tells him to return Picard. You know, and then but it's just that's the kind of mission that he's good at. That's why he was put in command of the Enterprise temporarily, and he wouldn't have worked on a ship that had a much broader mission like the Enterprise. But for that particular mission, that was it. And the other thing is, we none of us liked Nechayev. I don't like Nechayev.
That was one of the times Nechayev was freaking cool, though. Telling Riker, like, sorry, you're not fit for the job. Have a nice day.
Yeah. He tells Riker, the guy who saved Earth from the Borg, essentially at the end of Best of Both Worlds, that he wasn't. That Jellicoe has the experience, and you're not him. And she had a great way of putting it very curtly. She didn't have to say "shut the fuck up."
No.
Like certain other female bitch admirals.
Fucking hubris.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
I'm sick and tired of this. Out of how shit Picard was, sheer fucking hubris was the least of it.
The reason that line is got so much irritation to a lot of people is it was absolutely unneeded, just to swear, and it was just to have the female yell at the male.
Yep.
So what? You know what was worse? PICARD. Million times worse than her cursing at Picard.
I mean, the whole show was shit, but it goes back to people who grew up watching these shows with their families, with the kids. They don't like it. They just randomly threw in F words for no reason.
LD, the reason why I brought that up wasn't to segue into a commentary on Picard. It was to simply draw a comparison between Bitch Admiral Blonde on TNG versus interpretation of Bitch Admiral Blonde on Picard. That was the only. It was all it was an aside.
I know. No worries.
Yeah,
I know that.
I mean, there were times when I didn't like Kira either.
I actually really didn't like her character.
Yeah, I didn't start warming up to her until 3rd season.
Don't get me wrong. She did the character that they wrote her as well, and she did add something to the show as an overall, but I didn't find her a likable character.
When she got surgically altered into a Cardassian, I think that was a turning point too.
That was messed up. But
where they really had her thinking she might actually be a Cardassian plant, and I love the psychology of that.
But here's the thing, Kira, she was not supposed to really be a likable character. You're dealing with a person, that's damaged. Okay.
Yeah. Right.
She's did a lot of shit, seen a lot of shit. PTSD is a cakewalk compared to what she's suffering.
Right.
My problem was her justifying knowingly going after innocent bystanders and children of people and stuff because, I'm a freedom fighter.
Right.
Like, no, you aim at the targets. You don't aim at families.
Yeah. Well, you couldn't.
That's fucking sick.
Especially after 9/11, you could not have had a character like that introduced on Star Trek, at least for a while. It was weird how we tolerated it. in the 90s, and I think it was probably because they couched her as a freedom fighter / terrorist to the Cardassians, freedom fighter to the Bajorans. If she hadn't quote won,
but look at how many times they actually had that discussion during the run of that show, especially season 1. Okay, she had to actually kill a couple of people. Well, one terrorist that she kind of admired.
Yeah.
Remember, I can't remember the guy's name.
I can't even fucking remember the episode.
Like the
name.
second episode or the third episode.
Lee Nollis, I think was his name.
No, that wasn't Lee Nollis. It was the other guy, the guy who was going to blow up the star.
Wormhole. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
I'm.
That's right. That's right.
What's that term?
The one that bothered me was
term.
I'm trying to remember the episode name because I'm not good with names of things, but it was the one where the guy was trying to screw with her being the surrogate mother, and she literally justified all the shit that she had done to him as a freedom fighter by saying there were no such things as innocent bystanders, and it was perfectly okay.
Oh, the Cardassian that got her.
Yeah.
That deformed Cardassian.
And her literally justifying all of it by there's no such thing as innocent bystanders. If they were there, they deserved
darkness and all
Yeah.
It's like
honestly,
fucking hell.
It's weird though.
Rosetta, I agree with her.
Well,
no,
there
I'm
was
sorry, the fucking children and stuff there that were bombed.
Absolutely.
Were absolutely
hold
innocent.
on.
No, they weren't.
Okay.
There was the other one called there was the episode called Duet, right? And it was probably the best episode of the first season where you had a Cardassian who surgically altered himself to look like Guldar Heel, who is basically like the commander of Auschwitz or whatever, in this allegory, so that he could symbolically finally be punished, and she let him go, and but that scene at the end where he breaks down in front of her was a very powerful little moment, and I think that actor doesn't get enough credit for that little that part.
They also touch on the fact that the innocent bystanders are also used as shields.
Right.
Yeah, and that is a thing. But the fact that she just casually said they're not innocent if they were there, no matter why they were there or how they got there.
Right.
Bothers me. It genuinely
it should bother you. I think there was a lot of things about Kira that was meant to be bothersome. She was like Landau said, she was damaged. Later in this show, when she had to go to Cardassia essentially to train Damar's men on how to be, freedom fighters, we'll call them. One of the things she said is, Damar didn't want to hit a particular target because there was Cardassian garrison there, and he's like, well, if the Dominion figures out that you won't hit a location with there's Cardassians there, they'll put at least one Cardassian at every location they've got,
right.
And
they
that's
would have.
And that's that,
don't
and
get
that's
me wrong. There's such a thing as a measured response where you go, I don't want to hit innocent people, but I can't avoid it to do it necessary. The casual, they're not innocent part is what bothered me. Not that things happen in war that are bad,
Well, that was just one of Kira's many flaws that was explored in that episode. I mean, she was the lesser of two
really
evils in that
dark flaw for anyone to have.
Yeah, she was the lesser of two evils in that room, and I don't think anybody from the rest of the show even heard her say those things, if I recall correctly. So, I mean, that's something that the audience knew about her, but nobody else really did. And part of the show is about her sort of not only being redeemed, but sort of getting. I mean, she finally starts to act like a lady.
Yeah.
For once, the whole stuff with Odo, going on a date and things, and where she softened up, and I mean, you look at her in the first episode, then you look at that last episode. It's a night and day difference between these two characters.
And then look at when the Dominion captured DS9. That one episode where the Vedic killed himself. It snapped her. It snapped her back into, okay, we've been here before, and now I am sleeping with the enemy.
Yeah.
It brought her back into reality, and that's when the resistance started.
Right. Yeah.
Again, that's what I can say.
And again, like I said, I don't think she's irredeemable character or stuff like that. I think she had a really good point. You're showing just how easy it is to get sucked into things when you're fighting for a cause you believe in. But I never liked her character because there was too much of that darkness of I don't care, they're not human if they're the other side.
My favorite
It's not
Kira
that
moments.
they're not human; it's that they're the enemy.
No, she crossed to the other line, downvaluing that if they even had a value as life many times, and that was the problem I had with her.
Kalmari.
Kira was my favorite Kira moments were the ones where she
matured.
Well, no, in terms of her funny moments. Please don't try to finish my sentence, Eagle Rider.
Sorry.
I know sometimes it takes me a moment to spit it out, but
no, that's just my reflex where I say things I'm thinking without meaning to.
Her comedy was in how she didn't get something, but then was going to be forced to get that thing. Like, she's in Cisco's office, sitting comfortably in a chair on the other side of his desk, and a signal is given by Cisco to clear his office, and Dax looks at her and goes, "Okay, this is the part where we exit the room and let the men sort out their things," and she just kind of blows it off like, "Okay, it must be some kind of weird human thing," and she, continues looking at her pad, and then Cisco's like, "Well, she'll explain it to you on your way out," and then she, she was about to blow it off. Those are my favorite Kira moments where she was a little bit too tough for her own good.
Mm-hmm. I suppose you're here to take the office. Well, I thought I'd say hello first, then
take the office.
But we can do it in any order you like.
Right.
Konma.
I often sometimes
is that it? Is it? Do I get it right now? Konma. That sounds familiar.
I often wonder how the show would have been if the original choice of Ensign Ro Laren in her spot would have done.
I don't
know if it would have worked or not.
Here's the weird thing is that in a lot of ways I think they did the trying to balance the good and evil side of yourself with the you were involved in all these things and things you shouldn't and stuff. I think they did that better in a lot of ways with Garrick.
Well, Garrick wasn't a main character. He was a special guest star. But yeah, he did. He
became so
stuff.
main at the end of it because everyone loved him because he was so complicated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the episode "The Wire" when we learned that we learned why he behaved so much differently than every other Cardassian we'd seen, and it's heavily implied that the implant that he had in his head that was designed to help him resist torture, he just started turning it on.
And left,
and then left it, and then just left it on. So he was in a constant state of euphoria all the time, which is why he was so pleasant to talk to, and so whereas Damar is all straight laced and brusque. And the implication is he probably wasn't like that all the time, But when we saw him in the Mirror Universe, or what the Deep Space Nine passed for the Mirror Universe, he was a lot more direct and a lot more. He didn't have that pleasant demeanor that he and that he always seems to project.
Yeah, I was kind of pissed off we never saw The Wire again when his father was passing away and stuff.
Yeah. Well, I think Bashir fixed it, so but it permanently destroyed his person. I mean, changed his personality, but
yeah, because his dad hasn't. They all had the implant.
Garrick was abusing it. That's why he okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know he was abusing it. That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but see, Inabran Tan had it, but didn't use it because its intended purpose.
But he
was to help you.
He had the opportunity to use it when he was suffering, and they could have shown him turning it on during his last moments or his last days.
Some people
and saw the impact.
I could speak on this with a little experience. Some people would rather suffer than rely on something else to take their pain away from them. That's also a very realistic personality type, and that I actually saw that personality in the way they wrote his father.
I got the impression also that it took some doing to do that. He was doing some outside the box thinking. Plus, Nabran Tan didn't exactly have tools at his disposal while he was in the Dominion prison camp to do that.
Now, but so there was a line that all Obsidian Order operatives have that implant.
I believe so. Yeah.
Because I don't remember. I remember Garrick having one, but I don't remember him saying all Obsidian Order operatives have it.
It's unreasonable to assume that he would be the only one, however. But the thing is, I got the impression that his idea of activating it when he wasn't being tortured, figuring out a way to do that, was special. That's something that that's something that wasn't normally done. That he figured out how to do because he was tired of life on the station.
In a lot of ways, they portrayed Garrick as the ultimate in the escapist drug addict. We'll do the highs, we'll do everything just to escape the pain and the sorrows of reality and to pretend that the bad things around you aren't there.
Oh. All right. Speaking of which, I hit my limit.
Yes.
I got to lay down. Guys, take care.
Take care.
All right.
Lay down, get some rest.
I wish I had that against you, right so I wish you had it too.
What? Oh, your sleep stream?
Yes.
Oh, no, don't worry. We're not going to be streaming against me. Your ass is going to be posted on my stream.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Overlays are coming. Okay?
That's fine.
I'm going to have you swimming with the fishes before you know it.
As long as
you wake up in the morning,
send people to my stream as well.
Yeah. I'll send them over there. They'll have it minimized in the background, but the real fun will be what I'd be doing to when you
I saw that.
I should have did it to Bird last night, but I didn't think about it.
I saw that Bird had a
later.
sleep stream.
Be good.
See
Love
you.
you. Peace.
I saw that Bird had a sleep stream last night. Now, as much as I like Bird, I don't think I want to watch him sleeping.
I don't get the sleep stream thing. I'm sorry. I don't get that.
Me neither.
But that's kind of spooky.
It seems really creepy to me to watch somebody sleep.
Right.
He needed it for a sleep study, so why not take advantage?
I understand that from that perspective. I'm saying to the people who flock to him, because there's a lot of people who do. I've seen people grow their numbers and get big off of doing sleep streams, and it's creepy to me.
Ethan Van Sciver made about $1,000 walking away from his chair, and we called it the chair stream.
Oh, I know all about
2 hours. He had to go up and answer the front door and forgot he left his stream running, and people were sitting there for 2 freaking hours watching his chair. And then
you do know there's an account on Twitter that actually goes under Ethan's chair that actually does stuff under it.
Go on, Tim. Keep going.
No, that's all right. That's where they came. I was going to say the same thing she did. That's funny.
My other favorite element, of course, of Deep Space Nine was Martok when he came on board and became a semi-regular towards the end. He actually became my favorite Klingon because, unlike Worf, he was an authentic Klingon, fully immersed in that culture, and he actually showed that there was some depth there. Especially in the episode "You Are Cordially Invited," when we saw that there were certain things that Martok definitely let his wife control, and that there were certain things that were considered her domain, and things like that. And I thought that was pretty funny, and he humanized him a little bit, but yeah.
Then you find out he was just a regular guy.
If I can say one thing in defense of Worf on that, in regards to fully immersed or not, to me, I kind of always understood Worf with the growing up in dual cultures within the home and stuff, as you kind of always end up not fully immersed in either, trying to figure out which one is fully you.
Well, Worf was never raised. He was a toddler or a baby when he was removed from the Klingons, and Roshenko had adopted him.
Yeah, so this was him trying to find his culture that he didn't have, is what I was getting at.
Right. He all of his knowledge of Klingon culture was secondhand and done through research. It wasn't firsthand. He didn't even. The first time the Enterprise went to Kronos was the first time he'd ever been there. But he knew as much as somebody could possibly know about Klingon culture through books and things like that, without ever actually having experienced it. And that's why when he was serving in the Klingon Civil War, he was so shocked that the Duras and the Gowron forces were drinking together. He's like, this is a violation of our rules. And he's like, well, no, we're all Klingons. It's this pub is neutral ground, and that was a nuance that he was not familiar with at all.
Well, yeah, and that's a real situation for people who aren't raised in their culture or who grew up in mixed situations and stuff. Is you don't fully know your culture. You didn't grow up in it. You're trying to, but you struggle to know it as well as people who grew up in it.
Right. Martok, of course, being fully immersed from birth in Klingon culture, I found him more fascinating if you wanted to learn about Klingon stuff than Worf was. Because Worf's my favorite Starfleet officer. My favorite Klingon is Martok, and the whole idea, first of all, we finally get to see what the Captain Kirk of Klingons is really like, because he could take a bird of prey, which everybody thought was junk by the time Deep Space Nine was out, because of all the times we see one get blown up, and was actually able to kick ass in it. He knew how to use that ship.
Yeah, Martok was the ultimate and badass Klingon. Look at the way he was when he was captured. Worf was a really good character for understanding people trying to learn who they are and not fully knowing themselves.
Yeah, I'm not trying to diss Worf at all. I'm
not saying you are. I'm just saying that's where I kind of see the difference with those two.
And even Dukat, I mean, in that season where he went from being an antagonist to a protagonist, and he had the captured Klingon bird of prey, they started showing some of his better qualities too, which made it even more frustrating when he went back to being a villain, because we knew he was almost like, you were almost there, dude. You're almost there. And now you're King Numero shitbag, stuff. But
no, but there were serious mental issues there with Dukat.
Eventually, yeah.
I mean, now even before what happened at the end of them having to abandon DS9. Right. I mean, through all of that, I mean, he compromised because of CR. He lost his family because there were issues there with him mentally, and you didn't.
I agree.
You actually didn't really see him until the episode.
Waltz.
Yeah, Waltz. You didn't see him until then, but yeah.
I agree. Actually, he really was always unstable and not unstable like a lot of people try to make every little mental illness full of instability in the media. Now he truly was unstable. He truly was unaware of his own actions at times.
Because he always looked at himself as doing a favor to the Bajorans. Whatever he had to do, if he had to round up 2,000 of them and kill them, I'm doing you a favor. Okay.
Right.
That was his mindset. That was that's a sick.
Yeah. I mean, I think one of my favorite lines in that, because you almost start seeing his point of view, was when I can't remember the exact. I have to look it up here. Hold on.
And that's one thing I give credit for with DS9 over the others. It was one of the ones that was best in showing the flaws of their characters in a way that still made them almost larger than life, but still relatable. And I'm more a TOS and Next Gen girl. I'm more into the retro style than the 90s myself, but I love DS9 as well because it had such great storytelling and design,
My God, when did the 90s become retro?
I didn't say the 90s were. I said the TOS was.
Oh, you said retro style, and I heard 90s. So sorry.
There was stuff in between.
Yeah, there was.
Although technically they are starting to define 90s as retro because it's back in 3 decades back now.
It's getting old enough.
Yep. And
face it, we're all getting old. I mean,
Ducat's trying to explain to Cisco what it was like to be in command of a station with Bajoran terrorists always on there, and he says, we I went easy on it. He says, I reorganized the camps, I abolished child labor, I improved their medical care and increased their food rations. And what was their response? He says, they blew up an orbital dry dock, killing over 200 Cardassians. He says, and then he rounded up 200 Bajoran resistance members and executed them. He says, that's fair, 200 lives for 200 lives. But the way he couches it, is the idea that he was actually trying, but he was trying within the boundaries of his job, and his job itself was the problem, the fact that they were there was the problem,
Yeah.
And yeah.
Jedi Bill, what's up, man?
Then you got Bashir when he was revealed to be genetically enhanced. A lot of people didn't like that. I didn't think the character needed that, but he was more interesting after that because it gave him a couple more episodes that, like the other augments that were all schizo that he got to treat because he was stable enough to do that, and I thought that was interesting stuff for Alexander Siddig to work with. Alexander Siddig did not like the change in that character at all, but they went with it. But they had to reveal what the deal was with his finals because it kept coming up, this idea that he mistook a preganglionic fiber for a postganglionic nerve. And it came up several times, and in one episode with the that telepathic alien, it was discovered that he did it on purpose, but he was trying to find out why, and they never revealed why. And then two seasons later, that's when his genetic enhancements are revealed, and that kind of made it all make sense. But they planted that mystery way back in the first season.
I did actually kind of like the genetic modification stuff for a few reasons. It showed what parents were doing to their kids to try to make them perfect. It really showed the dark side of eugenics and selecting things for your kids and stuff like that. But it also showed the kids as they weren't the ones who did it, and even the ones that were screwed up by it, it wasn't their fault. They were still trying to be good people and stuff. It showed the humanity even then.
Right. Well, in Bashir's case, they weren't even trying to improve him. They were just trying to get him somewhat normal because he was less than normal. He had no motor skills. He had extremely slow. He almost described him as being retarded, but they didn't come out and say that. But the way they described him was somewhat like that. So
his mental functions hadn't adapted themselves like they would have at the age of 2. So
Well, I'm also referring to what he talked about with the other ones that they brought in that whole episode. These were people you talk about why their parents did it, and they really were treating them like they were trying to create gods and stuff, and yet underneath all of their issues that was caused by being genetically experimented on, let's be honest, they were still decent people. It wasn't their fault what was done to them.
Right. Yeah, you said that. Yeah,
that's what I was replying to. Yeah.
Yeah, and I thought they were funny, and of course they were also very tragic. And the other thing also was that they were, in the case of the youngest one, the one that was like in a catatonic state the whole time. It was a situation where the technology they used to try to do it was also faulty. It wasn't like Khan, Nooney, and Sung where they just augmented everything they could and then they went insane because of their enhancements. I think with Jack none of them seemed to be superhumanly strong, but they were all definitely more physically robust. And it's like there's the implicit idea that if you try to enhance too many things, you get an augment that is crazy. Whereas Bashir only had 1 or 2 things about him that were enhanced: his intelligence and his hand-eye coordination, and that was it. Everything else about him was fairly normal. If you remember back in Enterprise, when they had the Augments episodes, there was one member named Smike, Udar, I think was his real name, who only had one enhancement, and that was his hearing. And he was the most stable of them all.
Well, if you guys remember going to other stuff that Roddenberry worked on, go to Andromeda, they had the whole section where there was an episode which was literally about this extremist, ultra-conservative cult was trying to track down and kill off anyone who'd been genetically modified in any way.
Well, of course, Roddenberry would classify that as a conservative idea. You know.
Well, he didn't necessarily define it as whether it was conservative or liberal, but the way it was defined would have been more of the hardcore, the right-wing Christian side. But he also used a lot of the Christian ideals for the Weists and the Purity March. So he was portraying both the good and bad of it.
Mm-hmm.
So it was an interesting perspective, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was Roddenberry. He liked to deal with extremes. Capitalists are all Ferengi, you know. That kind of idea.
But that was one of the things he did was he didn't make any side more innocent and more pure than the other because of their viewpoint. What he did is he took the extremes of every side and said, but look, they're all decent and could live together. Basically.
That was on TOS. When Roddenberry was in control, he definitely had sides.
To a degree. He still was trying to teach a general overall of understanding and acceptance.
The whole point of the Ferengi was to point out, you know, that capitalism was bad, that it also led to sexism, which is why the Ferengi had, you know, naked females, which we never saw, but we heard him discuss it. And on his side, his idyllic side, there was no materialism at all. I mean,
that was one of the things I thought he was a little nuts on myself, but
well, that's why a lot of people call him the great cuckoo bird of the galaxy. You know.
But even then, even as when he portrayed him as that far out, there was still a side that was reachable. And that's what I was kind of getting to. He didn't really portray anybody as beyond saving.
Not in Star Trek.
I'll disagree, even with the sleazy. Now, the ones that they tried to do in Next Gen, they didn't really reek as capitalist anyways. It was a really, really weird thing where it was like some of the worst traits of like a capitalist mixed with some of the worst traits of like Romulan and Klingon together, and it made no sense, and they were not well designed in Next Gen at all. They didn't make any logical sense from any cultural perspective.
No.
But that aside, it was easier to find common ground the way he wrote things than the way that they are now. Which is what I was getting at.
Yeah, I don't see it.
No. It was I mean if that was his idea of with Federation being what we should be and what Ferengian are is what we really are, okay, then you got to ask him, why in the hell would I get on a spaceship and face potential death and not get paid? That's the payoff. Okay, you travel around, face all these dangers, figure out all this wonderful science stuff, and you just go back home and cut the motor yard. I mean, come on. No, there's a payoff. You know, Christopher Columbus sailed to this part of the world for a payoff.
Oh, I'm not going there.
Well, just as an example, it was a payoff. That was He didn't do it for free. Okay.
No, I'll agree on that part, and I'll leave it at that because I'll behave.
But no, Deep Space had all those great secondary characters that were beyond the main cast. I mean, I even liked Keiko O'Brien. I thought she was interesting sometimes.
Sometimes she's just shrill and annoying.
Right.
She
But
she could be whiny.
one of my favorite lines that Cisco uttered in the first season is in the episode "Captive Pursuit," where he's just finishing up dressing down O'Brien for allowing the Tosk to escape, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he says to him, "One more stunt like that, and your wife won't have to complain about the conditions here anymore. Do I make myself clear?" Implying, of course, that Keiko's been pestering him off camera. I thought that was, I'm like, yeah, that's a Navy enlisted wife. That's definitely, that's something that I've noticed. Especially when you have servicemen who marry women who are not in the service themselves, they don't understand what you're supposed to do and what is appropriate and whatnot. They'll walk right up to the commanding officer and start bitching him out as if it's, as if she can do that, and that poor guy has to treat this civilian, differently. It's yeah. I chuckled when I saw that.
My other thought with that one was it that in their times when they're all joking and hanging out together, he's commented on his wife's complaining, because that also could be.
Well, they were known as the Battling O'Briens. I mean, what's his name? Quark used to walk by their room, and with his big ears, he could hear them arguing through the door. But no, I mean, in real life military, you also have this phenomenon of an officer's wife thinking that she can order the enlisted guys around like her husband does.
Oh, I've seen it.
Yeah, and you kind of have to politely tell them, no,
to fuck off.
Get out of my face. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Most of the time, she'll go back to her husband and piss and moan about, Petty Officer Wagner said this to me, and then the Weps would go, come by the next day, and he'd apologize to me for his wife, instead of, because he knew instantly what the deal was. But yeah, it's amazing. You can always tell when you were at the Navy Exchange, which is basically the Target or the Walmart that's on the the Navy bases. Mm-hmm. That's and you run into an officer's wife versus an enlisted person's wife, or a woman who's just in the service herself. I mean, obviously, it's a night and day difference. The Karens are all one particular type. Yeah.
Oh yeah. See, I may never have been able to serve myself, but I have a family full of military. The stories of the officers' wives become very, very legendary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or as they put them, the women who don't know how to shut their fucking mouths.
Right. And technically, they didn't take any sort of oath or swear in or anything. They didn't actually give up their rights to freedom of speech, and things like that the way their husbands did. But Keiko O'Brien.
Yeah.
Keiko O'Brien touched on that a little bit, But what I liked about O'Brien was, of course, he was definitely an enlisted guy. He was all about getting done with work so he could go home and spend time with the family. He was not. He was really. He worked so that he could have free time.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah. I also liked Cassidy Yates for that reason too. She was a little bit different though. She had her own crew to boss around. And,
she was a complex character.
She turned into one. I mean, the way they, at first, it's just Jake's like, I got you fixed up with a blind date, Cassidy Yates, and he's like, isn't she that cargo captain? He said, and you're thinking like a female truck driver type of character.
Yeah.
That's what you're thinking.
Yeah.
And here she arrives, and she's like the most congenial, wonderful little person, and then of course when he finds out that through her that they're playing baseball, in some solar system way the hell out there, and that there's actually a league forming, and he gets all excited because her brother is on the team, and stuff. That was the gateway drug. All of a sudden, Cassidy Yates
she was cool.
Yeah, Cassidy Yates all of a sudden became the coolest woman in the universe, so yeah, so. Yeah. There's some other ones. I mean, Loxana and Troy got to show up, I think, at once. Or maybe twice. I think it was just once on Deep Space Nine.
No, it was more like 3 times.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
Okay. So I know that she got stuck with Odo in an elevator.
Yeah, that's one.
That was one. Was there another one where? No, it was the same one where her purse got stolen, or her brooch or whatever, and she couldn't read Ferengi's minds. They established that. But then there was another guy from another race that was similar to Ferengi and also couldn't be read either, and that was the culprit. But what is the other ones?
Okay, it was that one where it was some Bajoran celebration, and everybody was falling in love with everybody else. It was because she was basically going through menopause.
Yep.
Was that a Deep Space Nine episode?
Yeah,
that was Deep Space Nine. Yep.
And then the third one was
she was pregnant.
And she was trying to divorce some guy.
Right, that's right. Okay, I remember that.
I gotta go. Hubby's here.
Okay.
Have fun, guys.
Have fun.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, she had 6 appearances on TNG and 3 on Deep Space Nine.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. She got around. But who else? I kind of wanted to see more of Alexander after he was reintroduced. He was only in 2 episodes, and I think it would have been fun to have seen him a little bit more.
Yeah.
But Kern too. I think they kind of screwed over Kern a little bit.
Well, no, Kern.
He got his mind wiped.
Yeah, they had to do that because he was just on a death march.
Right. Which, I mean,
eventually.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, I guess you're right, because House of Moog was destroyed, and Worf got to go be part of the House of Martok instead, but that wouldn't have helped Kern at all. So I guess that's true, yeah. But I mean, for about 10 seconds, Worf was Chancellor. So,
yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, the 2 appearances, I think there were 3 appearances of Core I thought were pretty good too. John Colicos reprising Core, and then having his honorable death finally. So that was some pretty good stuff.
That's the way a master goes out.
Yeah, and that's also an interesting one because it reveals more about Martok's character. That you find out that he couldn't get into the academy because Core had dismissed him or whatever, and he couldn't. He had to serve on a ship as a civilian laborer, and he got a battlefield commission during a war, and so he was a kind of a Mustang captain in a way, but that's why he hated Core. It was because Core made things much more difficult for him.
Yeah, because he didn't come from a decent enough family, something like that.
Right. Yeah, he came from a place called the Ketha Lowlands, and yeah. But
which Gowron constantly reminded him of.
Yeah. Gowron, there was another character that it's kind of funny. I saw some. I think it was Major Grin, he made a bunch of Pac-Led, made a Pac-Led montage of material from TNG and Lower Decks, but also from a computer game, a Klingon interactive computer game that had scenes that were filmed by Robert O'Reilly as Galron in command of a ship, and they it's actually kind of funny because this is long before they decided to twist Galron into an antagonist,
Mm-hmm.
and where Galron was being quite savvy in dealing with the Pac-Led. Yeah. It's like telling the Pac-Led commander, we need to question you. You will beam over to our ship immediately for questioning. Is that Pac-Led's like, you think Pac-Led are stupid, He goes, yeah, and he goes, and it's, well, we don't think Pac-Led are stupid. Why do you think we think you're stupid? And he's like, perhaps you should beam over and tell us why you think we're stupid. And the Pac-Led agrees to beam over. I'm simplifying it to the point where it's not funny, but I mean when you see it played out, it's funny because Galron is still manages to convince him to beam over.
Yeah.
It's like his first officer is a female, and she's like, the Pac-Led have no honor. Look how they treat their ships. They treat their ships like garbage. How can they do this? Garon goes, because they are Pac-Led. He says,
Yeah. But you have to really give Martok credit.
Oh yeah.
That showed, just that one character showed the swagger that a Klingon could possess.
Oh yeah.
Especially through everything, even the way he spoke. He's laying on a damn hospital bed bleeding.
Yeah.
And he's still talking shit.
Yeah, J.G. Hertzler really added some gravitas to that character.
Yeah.
And that was the first character I think that he did that was recurring on Star Trek. He did a couple of one-offs. He did a Vulcan captain and some other, I think in a time travel episode he was a cowboy or something. But he had gravitas, and I just loved the way he was able to. He said this before. The thing about Star Trek that's great is it allows you to overact. You can totally overdo it, especially if you're a Klingon, and it's fine. So, and we even got to see him. We got a pretty good look at him without makeup in Far Beyond the Stars. Far Beyond the Stars.
Oh yeah,
yeah, where he was the house artist for the magazine. Yeah.
He also does a rolling Axonar where you get to see him with no makeup.
Yes, I know. But we're not talking about Axonar.
Shut up,
we're
Darren.
talking about Deep Space Nine. Yeah.
No,
you're gonna bring up you're gonna bring up Chips now too, just because Michael Dorn was in that without makeup.
Why not?
Okay. All right. You're gonna bring up Night Court because Brent Spiner wasn't in makeup in that. Sure. All right. Sure. I remember freaking out a little bit because in Far Beyond the Stars, we get to see for the first time on Star Trek Michael Dorn without makeup, where he's playing a big league ball player who's I'm like, damn, he's a pretty handsome looking guy when he doesn't have those fucked up teeth in his mouth and the turtle on his head, and he's playing this celebrity womanizer kind, and you get used to seeing him in that without makeup in that episode. And then for a brief moment, he transforms back into Worf, and he's downright scary. And I thought that because you forget you're used to Worf looking like Worf, and then all of a sudden he's not like Worf. You get used to it, and then all of a sudden he's Worf again. You're like because he scares the shit out of Benny Russell. Benny Russell's just sitting there at the bar, and then it's Worf's hand that comes down on his shoulder, and it's Worf in full Klingon makeup and Klingon armor,
Uh-huh.
and he goes, "Did you catch the game?" You know, he's like, and Russell falls out of his seat. You know, yeah, there's some funny stuff.
Okay. I'm working on a temporary background for a sleep stream. Yay.
Huh.
Yeah.
If you're going to have
Is
the
it-
camera on, nobody's going to see the background.
Well,
Is it
I've got to
is it
have
the-
something up in order to for the whatever the fucking thing.
Is it the idea
Thumbnail.
of making money while you sleep? Is that why people do sleep streams?
There's no way to make money.
Well, what,
I have no idea.
don't people like throw super chats in and stuff and make donations?
Well, I mean, I did it on a unmonetized channel, so.
Oh, okay, well, yeah. All right.
And the captain's channel's not monetized. So. It was never about money here. It was just, I had to record it anyway. I figured, let's see what happens. It was actually quite interesting to see chat go all night.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, if I could make money by doing sleep streams, I guess I would.
Mm-hmm. Another one another Deep Space Nine episode I really liked, and I think this was towards the end of the second season, before Sisko shaved his head, was the one with the Bajoran solar sailor ship that he built out of wood. Yeah. And just even though, I mean, it works. You know, they explain how it works in the show, and of course, regular scientists are like, well, yeah, but the sails would have to be like thousands of times larger in order to, to work. I thought it was neat.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to make an authentic ship. The only difference was he had to install artificial gravity. Because the special effects budget.
Mm-hmm. And
But-
O'Brien, it's not space worthy.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not going in that thing. And then I did like it when the ship left the station behind and Kira's just watching it, like, wow, because it was all built with Bajoran designs and things from their old scriptures and things. I thought that was neat. Yeah, that was another thing about Sisko, was he actually came to really care about the Bajorans as if they were his own people, and he planned when he retired to build a house and live on Bajor. And maybe grow grapes to make spring wine.
Is a Bajor.
Yeah. So he, but even from the Starfleet side, he talks about the house that he was going to build there and stuff towards the end of the series. I thought that was some special stuff there.
Get your emissary brand wine here. The official brand of the emissary's own wine.
I'm thinking of myself
like hotcakes.
I'm gonna think you're gonna compete with Picard, huh, for making wine?
Yeah.
Well, the idea being that Picard left a home that made wine, and then Sisko wanted to maybe establish. I would have done something different. I would have said,
Created by grapes stepped on by the emissary himself.
I think coffee would have been a better crop for him. Grow Ractagino in Bajoran soil.
That's something I wish someone would actually try to brew up. You heard that so much, Ractagino.
Yeah.
I want to know
Yeah.
what a Ractagino would taste like.
And everybody was drinking that shit too. It was like the whole station was drinking Ractagino, and obviously it's meant to sound like cappuccino, but I mean, all of a sudden regular coffee wasn't good enough for over on Voyager. Janeway was drinking coffee and always talking about how much she liked coffee over on D-Space Nine. They're drinking Ractigino, and it's like, who was more hardcore? You know? I used to hate that Voyager show. Gosh, couldn't stand it.
It wasn't that bad. I mean,
Compared to what we have today, it's friggin' it's like MASH. I mean, but yeah, I mean, I'll take the shittiest Berman Trek, which I think Voyager definitely was, over anything Secret Hideout puts out today. In fact, I was actually thinking about sitting down and like binging some, because I can count all the episodes of Voyager I've seen on two hands, right? And they had 7 years, so there's a lot of episodes I haven't watched, but I've read the synopses of and stuff like that. But I never sat down and watched it because I just the constant technobabble and the civilian ideas, bothered me, and then there's the inconsistency of what the ship is supposed to be designed for and things like that, and what's her face, Janeway contradicting herself 2 episodes later.
Yeah, there was that.
Yeah.
See, but I always stuck to the fact that Voyager was a science vessel. It was a small. It was only supposed to have been like 150 or so crew members.
Right.
Just kind of.
Which is weird because it's as long as an aircraft carrier, which is, people forget about that because everybody thinks it's a small ship. Well, no, it's actually got more mass than Kirk's ship does.
Yeah.
It's the same length, but it has more internal volume. So yeah.
Yeah, but I've always recently, I'm going to say, I'm beginning to have issues with scale with those ships. Now, like the Defiant, to me, that seems proper size for, that was supposed to be like a 40, 50 man crew. That seems proper sized for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And and then you had Picard, with the office building in space.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean that was
I'm gonna share my screen here.
Second. Come on. Yeah. There we go.
All right. So I don't know if you guys are seeing this or not.
Yep. Yeah.
And Metaball Studios did this for me for one of my videos, a size comparison with Trepang and Defiant. And I keep looking at this, thinking that by U.S. naval standards, Defiant is still a fairly small ship. There are frigates that are longer than that, but it still works. And I love these size comparisons because it helps me visualize more. When you have Trepang that had a crew of about 90 to 100 guys, then you got Defiant, which had a crew of something like under 50. The crew of Defiant, even accounting for all the machinery that would have been on board, still had some pretty nice space to work with.
Yeah.
I gravitate towards the smaller ships myself, just because anything that's closer to the size of Trepang is something I can imagine working in. I mean, I can remember going onto a battle cruiser called the Spruance when I was in La Maddalena. When we pulled into La Maddalena, Italy, and there was a submarine tender there, and then this cruiser shows up needing repair, and so they moored to the other side of the tender, and so we took a tour, and the thing we kept saying to ourselves is, look at all the wasted space. We walked into their sonar shack, and it was like 5 times bigger than it needed to be. The three or 4 consoles were like in one corner of the room, and they had like volleyball nets and things being stored in there too. It's like, what? Really? It's like you could have an exercise bike in here and maybe a treadmill you know, for when you're on watch and you have to, you know, you get a break, you just, you know, get on a treadmill. I mean, they could have had an arcade in there. They could have had like 3 or 4 stand up you know, arcade games in there too. I mean, it was
that big.
It was ridiculously big. Yeah, it was. I think it was about the same size as my condo, and it had a really high ceiling in it too. And yet, the actual business that was conducted in that room was conducted in like a 20 by 20 area. And so of course, you know, the Sonar Shack in Entrepang was about the size of my bathroom, and we had four guys in there, you know. So, but you know, once you think small, you know, the spaces on board a ship like Trepang don't feel as small anymore. But then you see another ship and you're thinking, God, what would we do with all this room, you know? But then, you know, we look at Defiant, and Defiant had really nice quarters. They didn't have, as far as we could tell, any open bay barracks or berthing compartments. It was all 2-man rooms with bunk beds. So basically, every crewman that we saw had a room that was basically very much like the ones the officers on Trepang had. But in case of Trepang's officer quarters, they put 3 guys in each room. So there were the bunk bed was 3 beds high instead of just 2, and there was only enough room in there. 1 guy could be sleeping, and the other 2 guys could be working at desks that were in there that were sort of folded out of the bulkheads.
Yeah.
But 3 guys could not be in there at the same time doing work. It was so you had to manage your time. You had, you know, okay, well, this guy is sleeping, you know, and this guy is, you know, I can still do some paperwork, you know, in here, and yeah, that was. But everybody else, the crew all had berthing compartments where it was just, you know, row after row of 3 high, you know, bunks, I guess we'd call them in the civilian world. Even the chief's quarters. Chief's quarters had a couple of perks. They had their own little berthing compartment, and then off of that was a nice little table and booth, basically, where you could fit 6 chiefs at the table, and then they had their own TV and VCR in there, so they could watch they could watch whatever the crew is watching. The feed could get piped in through there, or they could watch their own movies. And then they had their own head and their own shower just to share between them. And of course on Trepang there were about 9, sometimes 10 chiefs, depending on, because the corpsman wasn't always a chief, and you know, so yeah, sometimes we actually had more chiefs than were available. We had one when I first got there, because we had a corpsman who was a senior chief. That meant that the most junior chief couldn't sleep in the chief's quarters. He had to get bumped out into another little berthing area, but he had it all to himself. So yeah, but let me see. I'm gonna take this off here. Right now, what else do I have? Yeah, Metaball makes those nice things for me.
Sorry about that. I was pulling this over when I knocked something over. My apologies, Captain. How are you guys doing today?
Okay. What's going on?
Oh, well, I had something I haven't been able to do for a long time. My wife and I had a date today. I said to her, and when you think about it, we haven't actually gone out on a date together since she left for Turkey, which was before COVID. So that gives you an idea on how big a gap it's been since we went out. So we went out to Olive Garden, had a lunch date, went and shopped around a few places, had a good time, you know, just us, no kids. Some we haven't done. And I just dropped a video. I spent my money on my birthday money, because that's next week, I bought some new toys. And I got to tell you, there are two things I got to show you guys that I am particularly proud of and that I found. And I found these
Happy
from the
birthday
same
to you
store.
and me. Mhm.
Yeah, my birthday is actually next Wednesday, but I got to show you guys this.
Okay.
Oh, happy birthday, Tim.
When is your birthday, Tim?
All right. So the first thing,
Too late,
I
Tim.
bought more stuff, but this is one of the more important ones. So I found this on vinyl in this store my wife wanted to go to.
Okay.
Shadows of the Empire. For those of you who don't remember, this was a big marketing thing for back in Star Wars, back when this was like the sequel
Late
between 3 and 4.
That was the sequel
Yeah.
that was supposed to happen.
It took place between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. It was basically everything that would come out with a movie, but there was no movie.
Exactly. And this was the other thing I found. My wife would not let me pass this up, and I wouldn't either.
I've got that as a puzzle.
Dude, I don't even know where I'm going to put it, but I'm going to find a place because it is just too damn good.
Looks
Now-
like you just found a place.
Yeah.
Yeah, eventually I got to reorganize. Now, this I found at my retro toy store, and I could not pass it up. Okay, because I love classic monster movies. And I mean, we're talking classic freaking Frankenstein.
Yeah, that's a is that Asylum? Art Asylum?
It's called NICA.
Okay.
I assume they're owned by Universal. But
Well,
yeah,
no, they've got a license from Universal, but yeah, because but okay, yeah, there was something like that came out about 20 years ago from Art Asylum that was very similar, but that's okay. Go ahead.
No, it was just, I picked up a few other things. I picked up some Star Wars figures. Who did I pick up? Mace Windu, Darth Maul, Chancellor Palpatine, because I already had Emperor Papa Palps. I did get Din Djarin the Mandalorian. I already had him, but I didn't have him in his, signature new shiny Mandalorian uniform. So I picked that up and a couple other ones, but I stayed within budget. But the couple other things I picked up that I didn't show, but they're in my YouTube video. I did find 3 Hot Wheels that I picked up. I shit you not, I found Kit, Car, and the original Turtle Party Wagon in Hot Wheels. And I was just like, screw it. I'm grabbing these.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
My favorite thing about Shadows of the Empire was there was a new character that was introduced who sort of took over the smuggling stuff for Han Solo since he was now a general or a colonel. Dash Rendar. And he had his own freighter that I actually liked. It was let me share an image of it. This is not the actual Outrider, which was a modified
YT-2400.
YT-2400.
Yeah, it was a modified YT-2400, whereas Han had was it a YT-11 or 13? 13.
So
Thank you. Yeah.
I'm sharing my screen here. Just an image for it. This is actually. Whoop, he just kicked himself out.
We lost the captain. We lost Captain Drag.
Log back into your own stream.
No, what happens is sometimes you hit the share and the leave studio right next to each other.
Yeah, I see that now. Yeah. There he is. Okay. Do you see it now?
Yeah, there's the Outrider. Oh, look at that beautiful ship.
This is not
better.
This is not the Outrider. This is actually E.C. Henry's reinterpretation of what the stock 2400 would look like before Dash Render's modifications. So for example, on the top of it, you can see in the middle of the saucer area, he's got a dish, whereas on the Rendar there's a gun. But it's still, it's still. I mean, what I like about it is it's actually smaller than the Millennium Falcon. It's significantly smaller actually, because it's not. Again, these things were originally, the concept was that they would lock onto large cargo containers and fly them that way. And
no
so
shit, Tim.
You knew that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was more for.
That's not what he's saying there, Darren.
Yeah, yeah, sorry, Tim. I didn't know you were born on the same day I was.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
year?
Tim.
It's all right.
I doubt it was the same year. What year were you born?
75.
Okay. You were 4 years old when I was born.
I was 4 years old.
I'm sorry, Tim. You have to share your birthday with him.
I could think of worse people to share a birthday with.
True.
But yeah, I remember the YT 2400. I remember the experience. One of the reasons was, my wife and I, we went to my toy store. We did our thing. I was like, do you still want to go to the bookstore? Or do you want to go home after we ate? We went to Olive Garden. We ate. And we went out. We shopped a little bit. And she wanted to go to this electronics store, which I was totally fine with. And she's like, I don't really have anything at the bookstore I want. Let's go check this place. And I'm like, sure, we've never been there. Found the poster back there. Found the soundtrack for Shadows of the Empire. And then, so I just bought Star Wars Squadrons, and I bought this for $50.
I don't know if you guys are seeing my screen. This is how the Millennium. This is how a YT 1300 would actually carry cargo. It would that front part would lock into place on a cargo container, and then it would fly it that way. It's kind of like a pickup truck, except it wouldn't pull. It would push. That's why the cockpit was over to the side, and Rendar's Outrider did the same thing, except it locked in a different position on the ship. But it would that was the idea behind these vehicles, and then Disney got a hold of them, and apparently that's no longer canon. But that was the original concept. That was just an aside there for people.
I always liked the G-Talk.
Yeah, my two favorite vessels are the YT freighters and well, that's a class of vessel, I guess, or a whole section of vessels, and then the Razor Crest I thought was pretty cool too, but that's gone now. So we'll see what he gets next.
I guess we will.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm gonna go ahead and call this a stream. I do want to thank everybody for joining me. I'm gonna get things set up for my sleep stream later. Thank you very much. Talk to you later.
Sweet dream.
Later.